Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy wins the Masters. It took a playoff. He led by 4 at one point on Sunday. He ends up in a playoff with Justin Rose, birdies the 18th hole, which was the first playoff hole, and he wins his first major in over a decade. He completes the career Grand Slam, only the 5th golfer to ever do that. Rory wins as Bryson DeChambeau, who was in the final group with him, was very close going into Sunday. He collapsed, ends up 7 under, and was 3 over on the day. But Rory wins his first major in over a decade. To hockey, the Sabres lost last night, 7-4 to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Only 2 games left on the season, both of them at home. First of which will be tomorrow against Toronto. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6, and then Thursday against Philly at 7, and then that is it for the Sabres season. To the NFL, we are less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. The Titans, according to Titans reporter Terry McCormick, have been sold on Cam Ward with the number 1 pick for about a month now, and there is no smokescreen. That is going to be their selection at number 1 overall. Over the weekend, Derek Carr, a significant injury on his throwing shoulder, and his availability for next season is in question, according to Ian Rappaport, so the Saints might need a quarterback. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Formerly CBS Sports. I'm just waiting for everybody to give me their version and write their words so I can clip them and bring them in today to tell you who wrote it the best. And it was It was like a Bills win for me, where I'm just give me all of it. I'm going to hear from every single player. They did it. They beat the Chiefs. I mean, really, that's what this is.
Yeah, really.
This is they did it. They beat the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Yeah,
when it mattered. And
right, playoffs.
Yeah, right.
Not regular season. Not the Houston Open or something.
Right.
This was playoffs.
The most it could matter. It was an
epic.
It was an epic day. Absolutely epic day.
Is it recency bias to say it was the greatest Masters ever?
I don't think so.
Or at least greatest Masters in 2019 was better?
It's in the
conversation. I saw a lot of people pointing that out.
It's in the conversation.
I think because of the emotional swings, it was, from a viewer standpoint, that was the greatest Masters ever. Because even everyone was like best Masters since at least 2019. When Tiger won, remember there was only one swing. It was Molinari's leading the whole day, and then he puts it in the water, and Tiger hits a great shot on, I think it was 12. He puts it to 2 feet, and then it was Tiger the rest of the way.
Yeah.
You really only had one big swing, one big emotional swing that day. Yesterday was 12 of them?
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah.
It was, how many times did they say roller coaster on the broadcast yesterday? Maybe it got overused a little bit. But it was up and down, up and down. Watching golf odds shot to shot is incredible. Rory goes from minus 2,000 to win to he hits it in the water on 13, and he's minus 200. Just like that. And then on 15, that shot tracer we're talking about, he's minus 150. The ball lands and he's minus 700.
Yeah.
It's just fluctuating up and down. It was insane. He's minus 600 going into the last putt on 18, and then he misses that. And now he's minus 110. It just, watching the betting odds yesterday showed off how insane it was.
It was also fun for me to kind of explain what it means for Rory to win to... And my wife, she knows I watch golf. She watches golf. Or friends coming over all right, so he's an underdog? No.
No, he's not.
He's definitely not an underdog. He's one of the best. And he has never done this. He's done everything else there is to do. He hasn't done this. And there's, to me, the whole time, I don't know, Bills fans, if you out there wake up today and think, if Rory can win the Masters, the Bills can win the Super Bowl. But I don't think those comparisons are far off. They're great. How come they haven't done it? He's great. How could this not have happened by now? He had a chance a long time ago, and it looked like he had it in the bag, and he didn't. The comparisons, the parallels, I was watching, again, like I said, I'm going to give you 1,000 different things I saw because I just consumed post-game content. Bill Simmons of The Ringer, he uttered a phrase, and I thought, that's exactly right. He said, this is LeBron in Cleveland. That's what it is. He won somewhere else, but that's the one that's going to count. LeBron winning in Cleveland. Can you do that? Can you win that one? Sure, everyone thinks you're great. Everyone already knows you're great. But there's this unchecked box that you've got to check, and if you don't do it, you'll still be great. But this is what will make you, all time. Different great.
And he flirted with...
He flirted with everything.
His emotion, I think, and him talking about it after, I would recommend that post game to everybody about what his mental journey was through that round yesterday, because when he wins it, that a lot of that emotion is he didn't win by 4 strokes. That he wasn't comfortable with it, and the final holes that it got close, and the build up to it was similar to last year at the U.S. Open. Oh man, dude, if you don't close this out, all of the negative BS that you received in the U.S. Open last year or any point during the last 11 years is going to be that times 10 after this one, because you had it again, and if you blow then here comes the you know what. But him going to the line and winning it anyway, man, that's why I think part of why, not the whole reason why, part of why the overflow of emotion hitting him on 18 like that was just awesome to see, and why it did hit him like that.
803-0550, if you want to throw it our way, you can give us a call. There's plenty to get to. We'll talk with Brian Koesel at 7 o'clock. So, Brian at 7, Paul Hamilton at 8. The Sabres played a game yesterday. I mean, it was happening during the final round of the Masters.
Right
so
in the middle of it, yeah.
I had a very much of a, not now, Sabres. We're busy. We've got some stuff going on. You're playing Tampa. You're down by 6. Great. All right, have a great, get home safe. I got some stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's incredible. I was listening to people recount their experience there at Augusta. One thing I don't know that they had ever shown on the broadcast before. They maybe had, but I just hadn't been as keyed in. Had they previously made it a routine to show the score being posted and the fans reacting?
I don't remember them doing that because I noticed it every time they did it yesterday, and it was awesome.
It was part of the story.
Yeah.
It was part of understanding that people out there at the tournament are in the dark. They don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. In fact, I was listening to one guy on the No Laying Up podcast. He was out in the field, and he said at one point there was, wherever they were, Rose is on maybe 17, and Rory's on 17, and you could, wherever they were, Rory's on 16. There are two greens you could see, both of them. And a guy put his son on his shoulders, and the kid was telling everybody within earshot what was happening, like a town crier. Okay, Rose got 12 feet. And like, because you don't know what's going on, you kind of can't see. And I guess the organic nature of that, the way that word spreads, it's one of the things that, you know, when we joked about it last week about sporting events without your phone, he said that you end up having to talk to and forming relationships with the people right next to you. And you're friends. You're friends for an hour and a half, or you're friends for 10 minutes, and you know, Rory makes a putt and you hug a stranger, then you'll just run to another hole. Mm-hmm. Amazing. The whole thing was amazing. LeBron in Cleveland, Elway, when he gets his.
Sure.
It really is. It's so representative of, I'll tell you the thing how it means the most to me, is if he had lost, which he almost lost like 5 times. If he had really lost, we would have driven in today, and whoever's on before us would have been in some big, long soliloquy about how some guys just don't have it, and some guys are just chokers, and some guys can't get it done in the big moment. And, of course, that would not have been exactly accurate about McIlroy, but people could have said that. And people that love when someone falters or love when someone fails would have had their Super Bowl. Joe, it would have been unbelievable.
Yeah,
the avalanche. When would Rory have shown up again? Would he have disappeared into hiding for a month until the U.S. Open? Mm-hmm. Would he have turned his back on the media and gone away because it would have been too painful? Like the stakes for a person that I've never met playing golf at a course I'll never see.
Yeah,
like it was just it was as high as it could get.
Yeah. Well, what I loved about yesterday was like he kind of proved again he has that in him. Mm-hmm. But he talked about this after. I appreciated watching somebody overcome that. That he has the weight of all the expectation. He talked about yesterday how I don't think he used the word burden, the load that it is to have Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, Tom Watson, and Gary Player all say you're going to win one. Like the greats of the sport ever all put that on you. Like, oh, you're going to win one. Like that level of expectation coming even from your peers all time. And how much of a load that is to carry. And him being so introspective about, like, oh, yeah, I was nervous. Like, he talked about how nervous he was on the first tee and on the first hole. What he said, though, was interesting that, because this is not how I would operate, but he said this is how it went for him, that the double bogey almost, like, woke him up. Like, it was good for him.
Yeah, settled him down.
Settled him down. He said he remembered Rahm winning a couple years ago after doubling the first hole.
Yeah, Rahm 4-putted the first hole a couple years ago and still won.
Right. But, man, Rory talking about that and, like, how he didn't feel like he was battling anybody yesterday. He was, like, battling himself. Yeah. And there were times where he was losing that battle, that he just had to work through it. And, man, because I love Rory, and him talking about how he feels like he's free now maybe from that, I hope that that's all over. And I might bet that it is, because it sounds like some of those like the chip into the water on 13 and some of these missed short putts, he had 6 putts within 10 feet that he missed yesterday, including the one on 18 that any nervousness or jello legs that he talked about were all just a feeling of, look, I haven't won in forever. I've had 11 shots at this. 2011 Masters happening the way it did, and that's still carrying around his baggage, that he's kind of just free from it all now.
Yeah.
That he won it. He's got the career Grand Slam. There's no 11-year major drought anymore, and just, okay, here we go. He's going to go win all 4 majors now.
He might. I mean,
if he's through the mental load,
right. And
he's like the best in the world.
And the PGA is at Quail Hollow, where I think he has won 4 times. Tournaments at Quail Hollow 4 different times. So
he's the favorite. Yeah.
He probably will be. It was amazing. It was the best sports offers in those moments. Everything about it, and whether it's like you mentioned the greats. I saw, maybe it was Lowry, a quote from Shane Lowry, that Rory has, and this gets to I'll make my rough comparisons if you'll allow it. This gets to Lamar and Josh, because you only get that much pressure once you've earned it.
Yeah, right.
Guess who was not under the weight of the world to win the Masters? Justin Rose.
Justin Rose. I had the same thought
Justin
yesterday.
Rose.
Yeah.
I mean, of course he wants to, and he's putting pressure on himself, but Justin Rose loses, and does anybody write anything about the kind of person that he is because he lost? It's the second time he's lost a playoff at Augusta.
Or even right, and DeChambeau too.
DeChambeau is the same thing.
DeChambeau's not being called a choker this morning.
He had the lead on Sunday.
He had the lead on hole, what was it, after hole 2? He had the lead? Oh, after hole 2, I think he had the lead. And then he just collapsed.
Absolutely blew it.
Yeah.
Absolutely collapsed. Multiple balls in the water, missed some makeable putts.
Man, he could not hit an iron all day.
No.
He couldn't hit an iron all day. He couldn't make putts all day. He was pretty good off the tee, but that was it. He had it. He had a chance for it.
Yes, he did.
If he hits, he goes in 10 under into Sunday, and then the winning score ended up being 11. Dude, all you had to do is be 2 under on the day. Rose had to be
6.
I think it was 7.
Okay.
It was at least 6, though. You're right. He had to be 6 under. He had to make a bomb of a putt on 18 to even have a shot at that. DeChambeau, right? You're right. It's what have you done before? And I think there is, though, room for what is happening, because there is a difference, I think, between, at least if you trust what they're saying. Why does DeChambeau collapse, and why does Rory have these moments? DeChambeau talked about how it's just a battle for him. He just could not keep his face closed yesterday. The face of his club. He could not keep it closed. It was a technical thing. You want to attribute that to mental too, you could. Whereas Rory's just I couldn't stay in the present. I had to remind myself to stay in the present. I couldn't get to, not thinking about the pressure of the moment and the major, and that a couple of times that does bleed through, which it probably would to almost anybody if you got to that point. But that he had it. I mean, there are how many times where he was able to just think about the shot, and then on 15 he hits a perfect ball to a couple of feet, or in the playoff he hits it right up the ridge and it comes back down. That he had enough moments where he could stay in the present and get there. So I do think there is some credence to he had a thing that some other golfers don't, but it came with how good he was.
Yeah,
the reason that he had all that was because he's been so good. He's been the best golfer in majors for 11 years, but he hadn't won one. That's why I think all of that came together, or why all of that gets, blasted at him. But again, I think it's all over now.
And I don't think we're the only ones. I saw Trista Crick, you hear her on the afternoon show as a guest jumping in. She made the comparison to Josh Allen. I think it was
for Rory.
Yeah, Warren Sharp might have said, put Rory winning in golf terms. And she said...
Football terms, you mean?
Yeah, put Rory winning in NFL, in football terms. And she said Josh Allen blows a 21-point lead and then wins it in overtime against Chiefs. And we all just go, bah! They did it. They did it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I was thinking about 28-3. This, and I didn't say it out loud, but it's 28-3. But then again, the Falcons blew 28-3. It was almost like if the Falcons
had won
in overtime.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They won the coin toss and won in overtime.
Yes, it got all the way here. Yeah. And so many comparisons, so many great ways to look at it. 803-0550. Another part of it that I love is, and I like to point this out because whatever, we're all guilty of this. The winners write the stories. You familiar with the story from the Super Bowl? It's 49ers Bengals where Joe Montana sees John Candy in the stands. He's in the huddle on the game-winning drive.
Told me the story, yeah.
So he's in the huddle on the game-winning drive, and he says to one of those teammates in the huddle, like, hey, look, there's John Candy. And everybody points out how loose he was and how great it is to be so loose, and he was unflappable, and that's why he was so great. There was a story from yesterday where how'd they spend their evenings from Saturday to Sunday. That DeChambeau walked the neighborhood that he was staying in and went to a random party and started putting with the people there and made a lifetime of memories for them. And you're talking about how Rory's thinking about the future, the past, and DeChambeau.
Rory said he couldn't eat going into it. He had to scarf something down because he just couldn't eat.
And DeChambeau is the loosest goose on earth.
Yeah,
and who won?
Rory.
The guy
and even though Rory had some moments on the day, he was way better than DeChambeau yesterday. And DeChambeau was terrible.
And he finishes the job despite all that pressure. And, of course, if he had lost, what would everyone say? Well, he put too much pressure on himself. And here's Bryson, who's playing free. If only Rory could, ditch that responsibility of feeling that pressure. Well, the winners get to write the stories, The guy that is locked in, the guy that was as locked in as possible is the one that wears the jacket.
I attribute that, though, to, that's because Rory's a better golfer. Rory's got a better swing. He's
definitely got a nicer swing.
He's got a nicer swing. He should be. This was part of my thing for him about, mine was, frustration, watching him over the years, especially the U.S. Open and, other tournaments, too. Dude, you should have more because you are that good. You should be one of the... He's going to be this anyway. One of the best of all time. You should be winning more than you are because of how good he is. He is... And it's been consistent. He hasn't really gone through a dip, has he? In this period where he hasn't won? He hasn't really. He's always been one of the best in the world.
Right.
So, I guess that was happening to me yesterday. Watching him, getting angry, How do you not win these tournaments? How do you miss these little putts? How do you your aim? You got water on the right in the creek. Why are you even aiming over there? He had a good explanation for that though. That when it's up on a hill, he ends up hitting it left, so he aimed a little bit more right.
Yeah,
and then he just hit the turf first or something. But it's like watching. I don't know.
The Bills are up and Allen throws a pick at the goal line. It's not over yet.
Right. Yeah. Pretty much.
Beautiful.
He made it interesting though.
He did.
He made it fun. It would have been awesome still, no doubt, if he had just cruise control, didn't have any bad slip ups, still threw in the couple of great shots and he won by 5. It still would have been a great day. But him letting Rose come back to the pack made it one of the greatest golf experiences I've ever watched.
That it was DeChambeau early and then Rose later is some sort of movie script where you fight the bad guy and turns out there's another one. There's a final boss still to come. It was great. 803-0550, our phone number. We'll talk plenty of football today. We'll talk plenty of Masters, get Brian Koesel's complete recap coming up at 7 o'clock. Paul, on the Sabres game, they lost to the Tampa Bay Lightning. There's an injury to Owen Power, and unintentionally funny, I saw the Sabres say he's going to be out a while. We only have 2 games left, right? So his season's probably done. Let's hope it's not anything that's going to linger into next year. It looked bad, the injury to Power over the weekend. So, hey, we're here. We're hanging out, and one of the greatest stories in sports, we got one. We got an all-timer yesterday and over the course of the full weekend. Rory wins the green jacket. Jeremy and Joe, you want to give us a ring? You can. You can pop it on the chat if you want, whatever you'd like. Enjoy this warm, but early on it's rainy Monday. It's going to go to 60 today. Mm-hmm. That's nice.
65, I thought I saw.
Right. High of 65, drizzle early, overcast, and then temperature's going to start falling again. We're in the 30s again by tomorrow. We'll make it through. 803-0550, our phone number on WGR.
Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy completes the career Grand Slam, winning the Masters yesterday. It took a playoff against Justin Rose to do it. He missed a putt on 18 that would have won it, but he puts it within a few feet in the playoff hole and wins it. His first major in over a decade, and now has one of each. He becomes, said earlier, was the fifth. He is the sixth player all time to get a career Grand Slam. There were 5 before he did it yesterday. Bryson DeChambeau, meanwhile, who was in that final group, he was 2 back of Rory going into the day, had a lead on the second hole, collapsed after that, and he ends up 4 shots back in 5th place at 7 under par. He came into the day at 10 under par. To hockey, the Sabres lose last night 7-4 to Tampa. That's now 3 losses in a row after their 5-game win streak. 2 games left, both at home. Tomorrow against Toronto at 7 o'clock. The Leafs, with 1 point, can clinch the Atlantic Division title, and the Sabres will then play Philadelphia on Thursday at 7 o'clock to wrap up the season. Owen Power had an injury in Florida on Saturday. A lower body injury held him out of the game yesterday in Tampa. Looked like it could be serious. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
And Benson takes it away from McDonough for Tage Thompson, comes out in front, shot, scores at the near post. Yuri Kulik goes to the net to finish the play, and we are tied at 1 apiece with 22.3 seconds to go in the opening period.
One of your Firth moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres fall in Tampa and continue their, close out the season. Toronto, Philadelphia to finish up. That's the Firth moment of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth.
Last but certainly not least, over to my left, my family, my team. They've been on this journey with me the whole way through. They know the burden that I've carried to come here every year and try again. And the one thing I would say to my daughter Poppy that's sitting over there, never give up on your dreams. Keep coming back, keep working hard, and if you put your mind to it, you can do anything. I love you.
Rory McIlroy at the outdoor green jacket ceremony. They have the indoor Butler cabin one, then they have the outdoor one, which is a much better atmosphere than just, Jim Nantz and the guy from Augusta talking for 5 minutes. The outdoor one's great.
The outdoor one's great. The indoor one, though, man, who didn't get choked up? It's him, Jim Nantz, Scheffler's there,
yep.
Right? And then the guy from the Masters, Frank, whatever his name is. Him getting choked up, though, talking about, cannot wait to go celebrate with his parents in Northern Ireland. I mean, who did not get emotional watching Rory yesterday?
Yep.
Choked up talking about his caddy in the press conference. Man. The celebration went from weeping to fired up, let's go, slam my hat on the ground, back to weeping, back to hugging Shane Lowry. That's cool, too, when they show, the guy walking through the, he's walking through, it's like a tunnel of people, on his way back to the clubhouse. All of it was great.
We'll be excited to see the ratings, the television ratings. Imagine it's going to be the biggest since Tiger, for sure. 2019.
Yep.
And real big. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Rory wins the Masters. And we're now 10 days from the draft.
That's it?
And the Sabre season has 2 games left. And What else? That's about it. That's what we're doing here on a Monday.
The NBA play-in tournament tomorrow, by the way. Starts tomorrow. That season wraps up earlier, I think, than it used to.
Here's a quick thought for you. I just saw this. This is just a random thing coming across, and we'll get to Rory more on Rory with Brian Koesel at 7. I just saw someone come across my feed. So the players in the NBA that played 82 games, there's one guy that Michael Bridges.
Yeah. Yes.
He went in and played 6 minutes.
No, 6 seconds.
6 seconds, and then went out.
Yeah, he played. He started the game. He immediately committed a foul.
Okay.
And then he left the game.
All right. So
because he had a start streak or something?
Yeah. And he wanted to get all 82 games. So Brian Geltzeiler of NBA Radio, he said he's congratulations to all the guys at 82 games except for Bridges, whose is fraudulent. To which I would say, is Josh Allen's start streak fraudulent?
Someone had that take, didn't they?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. If you could have played, and you go get one snap, and you leave, in football, we think that's fine.
Right.
You could
for the most part.
You could have played.
Yeah, this is the exact equivalent.
The
6 seconds. 6 seconds is one snap.
Run in there. You played. Run out.
Yeah.
I don't hear anybody saying that about football players, but whatever.
Well, because in football,
it's a tiny little thing.
I think the right take is that you earned it. The reason you're not playing is because the right to sit is because your team was good enough that they clinched something. Right?
Unless, in that game against the Bills, Drake May started and then left, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, May left after one drive.
But he didn't earn that. That was just, let's protect the player from injury. Let's get a look at a younger guy.
That's fair, right. But if Allen, it's like, oh, we're actually not going to give you it. It's like, well, or that's fraudulent. You earned that game not mattering in that one instance, right? Okay, the start streak would continue if the Bills had lost 3 more games and they needed the game to win the division or something. And I would say the same thing about Bridges yesterday. If the Knicks were 5 games worse and they needed the game for the play-in, then he would have just played. But they were too good. I don't mind it. It's whatever. It is a little, but no one will remember it. If that guy goes on to play 1,000 straight games or something, nobody's going to remember that. Oh, but remember one of them.
6 seconds.
Remember one of them, he only played 6 seconds. Right. This guy maybe will for NBA Radio.
We looked the other day at Allen's active start streak because how close is he to Favre?
Isn't he not close at all? He's
not even halfway.
Years old.
Not even halfway.
Okay.
Yeah, a long way to go. Anyway, good morning. 803-0550. Rory right there. So I'm going to introduce everybody to a life hack, okay? Here's a life hack for all of you out there. If you, whatever sport it is, who cares? If you want your young kids to like a sport, name another child after someone in the sport. Mm-hmm. We didn't actually do this, but my youngest daughter, we call her Rory. So as soon as we introduce the twins, her older brother and sister, to, hey, look, Rory's on TV. Rory might win. They were locked in, and they can't wait to watch Rory and root for Rory.
Yeah.
And that is a life hack. just if you want, maybe name your kids Josh Allen or something, and the other kids. But that's probably easy though. Your local teams. But if you like F1, name a young child Max, and maybe the other kids will lock in because there's the name being the same. Because that's what we did. And I just, as Rory's telling the story about telling his daughter about never give up on your dreams, our kids are exactly at the age where you're supposed to, they whine about things, they whine about everything. Put your shoes on. I can't. So you're trying to start to teach resilience. And as Rory wins, I am taking that moment yeah, he had failed 17 times at this, and he finally did it. So about 20 minutes before Rory said that in the outdoor ceremony, I pretty much said the exact same thing to my daughter about the importance of trying and sticking with something and how it's important to not give up. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the whole thing meant a lot to me.
I have a motivational Rory video ready to go at all times. I don't want to put my shoes on. Just don't even say anything. Here's the video of Rory on YouTube.
What would Rory have done?
What would Rory? He would have
put his shoes in the water and then dried them off and then put them back on.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. We got plenty of NFL stuff to get to. We will. It's this is not draft week, of course. Next week is draft week, and then we'll see what the Bills do. There is an update on the Chiefs. They asked the league to be a fixture on Christmas, and I think the league has kind of said, thanks, but no thanks.
Not to have, the same team every single year.
Yep.
They want to be the Lions of the of Christmas.
Yep. And I don't think they're going to get it.
Why would they want that anyway?
The same reason the Lions and the Cowboys like their spot, because you get to be a more identifiable brand, right? You grow because of something. Mm-hmm. But it was part of the podcast with Sal, Mike North. on the podcast, It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, said, I don't think it's going to be a tradition the way that Thanksgiving is. So if you missed that podcast, you can go grab it and listen to it. But it's one of the things we learned in their conversation. He does not think the Chiefs will get that same level that the Lions and the Cowboys have for Thanksgiving.
All right, good. I don't need the Chiefs every single Christmas. I don't need that at all. It's bad enough that I had a couple of Christmases already. One or two. It was just last year.
You're probably going to get this one.
Hey, it's Christmas. Oh, the Chiefs are playing today. Where is it? Arrowhead. Sweet. Gene Steratore will be involved. All of it. It was just all the insufferable things coming together.
How many reviews and how many rules officials yesterday on the Masters broadcast?
Ooh, none.
0. The answer is 0.
Right?
Look at how drama can unfold without reviews.
Was yesterday's broadcast more of this, or did I just notice it? That it was less, especially in the first 9 holes, it was less of the other groups. There was much more... Here's Rory and Bryson walking down the fairway to their balls. It was more, we're just going to watch these two battle. And they didn't show a ton of, Patrick Reed ends up, that group. How much did they show Patrick Reed and Corey Connors yesterday? For a second-to-last group, I feel like they hardly got shown at all. But I think, especially the first 9 holes, it looked like, hey, we are going to be broadcasting the Rory-Bryson battle. And then once it became clear that Bryson wasn't going to hang with him, then they had to start showing the other groups, because then it would have just been Rory.
Maybe Ludwig Oberg can start making putts and win some majors. He was all over it.
He could have been 12 under yesterday.
Absolutely. Couldn't make a putt.
Yeah.
I mean, ended up making a couple late, but anyway. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Happy Monday. It is April 14th. We're about a month away from the NFL schedule release. That was a report slash... whatever, the NFL's looking for mid-May, which is not exactly news. It's just that's pretty much when it comes out. So anyway, we'll get to plenty of Bill stuff and Sabre stuff as well. Brian Koesel, 7 o'clock. Paul Hamilton at 8 here on WGR.
The stat of the day.
I saw this over the weekend. It's an NFL draft-related kind of note more than a stat. But, Joe, did you know that the New Orleans Saints have not drafted a quarterback in the first round in 54 years?
I think I'd seen that before because I think I'd seen the name of who the last guy they did was.
Archie Manning.
It was Archie Manning. Yeah, that's right.
Archie
Manning was their last first-round quarterback.
And Derek Carr has an injury. There's a story about that maybe that could push them to draft the quarterback 9th if one of them falls. The other scenario is, all right, Tank, get one next year. Mm-hmm. Your starter's nursing a shoulder injury. I think I saw it was a shoulder injury. Anyway, 54 years without a first-round quarterback. Now, part of that is having some successful quarterbacks in there, including a long run with Drew Brees, who they did not, draft in the first round. But still.
But there were some years in there, I'm sure, where they were.
Yes. You could have justified
Aaron
it.
Brooks.
Could be a year where the Saints decide to do that. Mm-hmm. So there's your stat of the day.
Pick 11, I think.
9.
Pick 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stat of the day, powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe here on a Monday. 10 days out from the draft. We'll get a quick call in here. We got time, right? CJ in Montana. Hey, CJ, good morning.
Morning, guys. What a wonderful day for sports yesterday, huh? Did either of you hear what Todd Lewis said on the Golf Channel about the Buffalo Bills on Wednesday before the tournament?
I did not, but I feel like I'm going to love it.
You think you will, given the result. He said early in Rory's career, he was like Tom Brady and the Patriots or Mahomes and the Chiefs, where he was winning all the time, he was dominant. And now he's more like the Buffalo Bills. Everyone loves him, but he can't get it done. So my wife, who is new to watching golf, saw that and said, that makes me mad. And so I shared that clip with a bunch of non-golf fans and said, hey, you should watch golf this weekend. If you're a Bills fan, you might want to root for this guy. And lo and behold, it was pretty similar to rooting for the Bills. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of thinking you're out. But man, it was really, really satisfying watching him get it done. And luckily on Saturday night, I put a parlay on Rory winning the Masters and the Bills winning the Super Bowl. So you know what? No one ever thought Rory could get the green jacket, and I think this could be the year for the Bills. Who knows?
Thanks, CJ. Love it. Yeah, I don't think that the parallels are nuts at all. And it doesn't even have to be the Bills. I mean, you could be a fan of another NFL team. You could be the Ravens here and feel like, well, I mean, you have won it before. And again, that's what makes us different. Rory has won other majors. He's won almost everything else there is to win. Mm-hmm. But I think everyone in golf would say, that's all wonderful. You're an all-time great. This is the thing you've got to win. Mm-hmm. You can win $1 million, well, whatever. The Open, the U.S. Open, the PGA, the Open Championship. They're all big. So the comparison kind of, it has its roadblocks there, but it's not lost on me. I still think the Masters is the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's mostly right.
Well,
I mean, he hadn't. But part of it was that he hadn't won any major forever. Like
that's
career
right,
Grand Slam
years.
is number one, but not winning any major. Like yesterday would have been huge had he won the U.S. Open last summer. But isn't him losing last summer in the U.S. Open another element of what makes yesterday so,
Yes. And as I say that about, like, the Masters is the Super Bowl in golf is whatever you don't get. For Phil, it's the U.S. Open. He never got a U.S. Open. If he were to get that, get the career Grand Slam, he had 6 second-place finishes at the U.S. Open. For Rory, this became the Super Bowl by virtue of being the one he didn't have. Thanks.
And he did talk about, like, how 97 Masters, like, this was the one he wanted most.
Yep.
So if you believe him, like this was his number one.
Hey, by the way, we're going to take over Resurgence Brewing for the Ultimate Draft Night Party Thursday, April 24th, 7 p.m. Tickets are $45, include pizza, all-you-can-drink beer, and well drinks. Enjoy live analysis, me and Joe. Huge TVs, crystal clear sound, so you don't miss a pick. We'll be there, plus local vendors, giveaways all night, including an all-inclusive fantasy football party for 12 at Resurgence Brewing, courtesy of Resurgence. No purchase necessary. Get your tickets at resurgencebrewing.com. 10 days from today, first round. We're back at Resurgence. We were last year. We had a great time. The event sold out, so get your tickets, join us, and let's get a pick at Resurgence finally.
More of Jeremy and Official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy wins the Masters. It was not easy. He had a 4-shot lead on the back nine. He ended up blowing that. He had a 1-shot lead going into 18. He missed a very short par putt. Went to a playoff against Justin Rose. Stuck it to within a couple of feet. Made birdie. Wins his first major in over a decade and a career Grand Slam. He's the 6th golfer in history to get all 4 majors. His 11th try at that. At Augusta. So Rory wins. He did not have much of a challenge from Bryson DeChambeau. We went into the day thinking it could be DeChambeau against McIlroy. DeChambeau led after hole 2 and then really fell apart after that. He ends up 4 shots back, shot a 75 on the day, finished in 5th place. Rose got 2nd, obviously making the playoff. To hockey, the Sabres fall last night. 7-4 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. That's 3 losses in a row for the Sabres after their 5-game win streak. 2 games remaining, starting with tomorrow against Toronto at KeyBank Center. The Leafs need just 1 point to clinch the Atlantic Division. And then the Sabres wrap up with Philadelphia on Thursday. Football, we are 10 days away from the NFL Draft. Some news from the Saints yesterday. They could go for a quarterback at pick number 9. Derek Carr has a significant injury with his throwing shoulder and is threatening his availability for the entire season, according to Ian Rappaport. Again, New Orleans picks number 9. And in the NBA, yesterday was the final day of the regular season. Seeds all clinched up. We have the play-in tomorrow. The Golden State Warriors fell into the play-in with an overtime loss to the Clippers, so they'll play tomorrow at 10 against the Grizzlies. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Line, Mr. Brian Koesel, who had quite a job yesterday. He's watching the Sabres and Lightning and watching the final round of the Masters, and we can get thoughts on both of those here as the Sabres finish the road portion of their schedule. But we'll start with the Masters, and we'll start with Rory McIlroy. Brian, earlier, by the way, good morning. How was the double?
Good morning, guys.
How was the double television there for you?
Yeah, it was going back and forth for sure. Yes, thank you, Lightning, for scheduling a 6 o'clock game.
Yeah, I got
during the final round of the match.
The
worst.
worst.
I was very appreciative of that. Yes.
Yeah. How was whatever? You've got that game, the Sabres' final road game of the season. You got Rory McIlroy and the Masters, and whatever, Brian. Like this tournament coming in. Joe asked in the first hour. He said, "Is it crazy to say it's the best Masters ever?" And I don't think it's crazy. I think it's in the mix. And certainly of the last 40 years, I mean, you've got a Tiger one here, Phil's win in 2004, but yesterday was, for golf fans, and I think even some crossovers might have gotten there eventually because Rory, I think to a lot of people, Brian represents more than just a guy won a golf tournament. It's, want to say perseverance. It's the parallels to the Bills and the Super Bowl, I don't think are crazy. You're talking about somebody finally doing the thing that you wondered if they would ever do.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some what you'd say, quote, life lessons in there, right? About, not giving up. I was watching it with my son early, who's an avid golfer and a 15-year-old, and McIlroy double bogeys the first hole, and we were talking about, like, hey, how would you have reacted to this now? Like, you had this lead, and all of a sudden it's gone, and 2 holes in, now you're behind. And, so we were kind of talking about that. The swings yesterday of emotion of if playing it out from the side of McIlroy, if you're trying to get into his head of what that had to have been like, I mean, it felt like he lost and won that tournament a handful of times throughout. You get to the back 9. The moment where I really thought it was over was when DeChambeau hit it into the water on 11. And McIlroy's ball somehow stayed up. It was, obviously one where it was just a matter of inches for both balls there. And his stays in, or McIlroy stays dry, and DeChambeau's goes in. And they're saying, all right, this is it. And I thought to myself, he's got one more really difficult shot on 12. If he can get through that, and he hit the back of the green, and then I'm like, okay, he's got the 2 par 5s. He can play those safely, maybe even get 1 under in those holes. And then, of course, he plays 13 the way I thought he was going to do, and he hits it into the water. And I'm like, okay. So, and now Justin Rose is doing what we see Justin Rose do in the Ryder Cup, which is make like every putt that has pressure to it. And, he's fist pumping, making these putts, and holy cow, here we go. It's still on, despite the fact that DeChambeau has kind of gotten away. And then he hits the shot on 17, and he's yelling, go, 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 and then it's perfect, and he makes the putt, and I'm like, wow, this is going to be an incredible ending. And then on 18, nails the drive on the narrowest tee shot on the course, and then his shot catches the lip of the bunker. He still hits a great shot to recover, and then misses that 5-footer. And I'm just like, wow, even the CBS graphic for me, like, it felt so big, where he's sitting there ready to putt on 18, and it says for the career grand slam, at the top of the screen, and I'm like, wow, like, it felt super meaningful.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's running in his head, and then it just slid by. And then on obviously the playoff hole, Rose hits a great shot, and then McIlroy is even better, and hits it to that point. Just great stuff back and forth. The fact that McIlroy has had such heartbreak with short putts, don't have to go back very far. Last year's U.S. Open with him and DeChambeau, where he missed 2 putts on 16 and 18 that really, again, could have maybe given him the chance to break that majors drought. But this one was the one that, of course, he wanted because it was the career grand slam. He, on record, as he even has said, he values this tournament more than any other one in the world because of what he had done growing up watching it. So, yeah, it was great. It really was. My only challenge was the fact that I didn't get to hear as much as what I wanted to hear about what the commentators were saying about it, because I had obviously the Sabres game to keep an eye on as well too. But yeah, it was as good as a Masters as I can remember. I know yesterday I was watching Golf Channel at night, like 11 o'clock, and the panel was debating, like, where does this Masters fit? I was not alive, nor were you guys, for the 1975 one, when Nicholas and Weiskopf and Johnny Miller were going at it. They were comparing it to that. The 97 Woods one was different in the sense that you felt like this was like a new dawn of golf with Woods dominating. But the drama of how it was going to play out obviously was not there because he won by 12. And then maybe 2019, where there's a 5-way tie for the lead with 4 to go, and Tiger's in the mix, and he obviously gets his, the great comeback that he gets one too. So, but recency bias, this is in our head right now in terms of the wild swings of emotion. This one has to be in the discussion for maybe the best Masters ever.
Yeah, that was my answer why. I think, for me, it's number 1 for sure, even over 19, because like that major, there's really only one big swing, right? It's the stretch amen corner when Molinari puts it in the water. Tiger takes the lead, and he didn't lose it after that. And this was up and down. Rory, like, it's a lot of it was his putting too, right? Like, he could have put it away. He missed, even after some of his mistakes early, he misses an 11-footer on 13, an 8-footer on 14, a 6-footer on 15, a 9-footer on 16, and then the short putt that he missed to win on 18. Like, he was putting himself in position. It was a little bit like Oberg yesterday, right? Like, these guys were swinging unbelievably, and then they would get within 10, and they just couldn't close it.
That's a great point there of all those putts. I mean, and Oberg had a chance too. I mean, he was right there. He was tied. He had a putt for the lead at one point. Yeah, his putting, he was just a little off there as well. Obviously, if he makes some putts, who knows? We're having a discussion about him. I wonder what Scotty Scheffler's thinking here too. I mean, he could have been in the mix had he made some putts at any point over the course of the 4 days. He kind of, he was hot and cold putting too, and DeChambeau was disappointing in the sense that we thought it maybe was going to be this epic duel. We got good drama in a different way, but his irons were just off all tournament, he said, and yesterday it was on display quite a bit. For him to make some of the mishits with how accurate he is normally, it was obviously, if you're a DeChambeau fan, you were disappointed on how that went yesterday, that he went 3 over. The final group, McIlroy 1 over, DeChambeau 3 over. Like, I didn't see that coming to the point where you'd think with how scoreable it felt early, guys are making charges elsewhere. Look at this. The winning score ends up being even just one worse than what it started the day at, which was -12.
Brian Koesel with us on the Western Hotline. Brian, do you feel like Rory talked about this a little bit after the tournament. Do you feel like he's kind of freed up now after winning this major that, man, like he could go on a run because of how well he's hitting the ball? I think he said he feels his game is the best it's ever been. But that is if you think that these mistakes that he makes were about the pressure of the moment and all the load of, what his expectations are, that he's now won. He doesn't have the long drought. He's got the career Grand Slam. Like, do you feel like the short putts and putting it in the water on like an 82-yard shot, that those are going to start to go away for him going forward?
I mean, I think because it's golf, you're still going to have the blips here and there, but I think your overall point's correct. I think that there was so much pressure on him. The first thing he said in his press conference in the media room afterwards was, what are we going to talk about now? Because, I mean, every year he's been here, it's been about, hey, are you going to be able to complete the career Grand Slam? Obviously, there's only 6 people to ever do it, so it's an enormous accomplishment in the history of golf for him to be able to join that incredible Hall of Fame group that are sitting there that have the 5 that have the Grand Slam so far. I got to think it is. Part of maybe last year's disappointment, part of not handling last year's pressure well, is all got to be the buildup of just the major drought. And there's got to be a piece of him that is sitting here thinking, I should probably have a lot more majors than I do right now. Talent-wise, this guy's as good as, the best in the world that has ever played the game, and you wonder if he should have had more. I mean, we say the same thing about Tiger. If he didn't get injured throughout his career, how many would he have had? And I think McIlroy, maybe more so than any other golfer, we've seen Spieth, like, oh, is he the next guy? And then he falls away. We've seen it with a few others along the way. Jason Day even won a couple of majors. He kind of fell off. Scheffler, I think, is still in that mix. But McIlroy, throughout this majors drought, even though he hasn't won a major, he's been in contention so often. He's dominated in non-majors so much that it's not like his game's gone away. He's been a top 3 player throughout this entire drought. He's never been ever lower than that in world rankings. So it's not like he hasn't been a world-class player. He really has. He's just not found ways to get it done in the end of major tournaments, and I'm sure that's been hanging over him for quite a while. And, every year that the Masters goes on, he gets reminded of it. I'm sure he hasn't dealt with it wonderfully. But to be able to get that done yesterday, that emotion on the green when he's down on his knees there, I mean, crying, I think that definitely obviously was, as he said, it was 11 years of build-up to the point where finally now maybe he can play freely. I would expect, to answer your question, I would expect him to have more wins this year. And, obviously he's probably on his way to becoming player of the year already here with 3 wins already. He's got a Players' Championship. Yeah. He's got a Masters. He clinches the career Grand Slam. I would expect he's definitely going to be the favorite at the PGA. It's at Quail Hollow Club where he's won multiple times before when there's been regular PGA Tour events here. So I got to think that he's going to be feeling really good going into that next major in a month from now.
Brian Koesel on the Western Hotline. We'll get a thought on the Sabres in a moment. Brian, as McElroy throughout that tournament in the final round especially would give the lead away and then get it back and give the lead away and give it back, like whatever. I've been making comparisons about that kind of performance to other sports, and it's a little bit like when he missed the putt on 18 and they're going to go to a playoff, I think, well, this is exactly where he needs to be. He's actually not good protecting a lead. What he needs to be is he needs to think, I need a generational shot to 4 feet. Because
when he played it safe is when he went in the water.
Playing to win is what he does. And it reminds me of, we all sit here and we talk about, hey, if the Bills are down 3 points with Allen back there, I like that. I like my chances. Versus being up and feeling like you're trying to protect that is so much more difficult. And it's just interesting, like the mindset of McElroy throughout, because if he had lost, he would have been labeled a choker. And yet, if you want to label him that, you kind of still can, because it definitely got to him 2 or 3 times. The wedge on 13, people call that the worst shot they've ever seen, and how bad that miss was. So the fact that he was able to bounce back and almost shift into hunting mode after protection mode was just not working.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. He could not handle just playing conservative golf really well. That shot on 17 when he knew that when he was down that he had to make birdie, like that was really, really awesome at that point. I think he was actually tied maybe at that point when he hit the shot on 17. But there was a moment obviously where he was down. Pretty impressive stuff from him when he had to make the shots. Even if you look at when he fell down after hole 2, was when DeChambeau took the lead on him. Mm-hmm. I think he came back with birdie, I think, on his next 2 holes. So he is probably better in that mode. You're right. I guess if you want to compare it to what we do with Josh Allen, right? Let Josh be Josh, right? Let Rory be Rory, like the gunsling kind of attitude. And when he had to go at pins there, like he had to on the playoff hole, that was really, really, that's maybe the shot of his life for sure. The fact that he was able to stuff that down there to just a couple of feet, that was really, really impressive.
Yeah. How many shots of his life did he have yesterday? Like, what to you? What was his best shot? Like, because I thought. Maybe this is because of did you hear the mic'd up part with his caddy on 7 when he hits this is the shot where like it's in the air and you don't know where it's going to land
and it almost goes in.
And the crowd is like, whoa, like they react to it, and you could kind of hear in the mic'd up right before that his caddy, who I know his name's out there, like they've been saying it a lot the last 24 hours, that his caddy was suggesting to him, like, just hit it out into the fairway, like, don't go for that gap, and Rory thought he could do it. So he went for it anyway, and he hit it perfectly. He couldn't have hit it more perfectly. Like, to me, that was the best shot of his day, but could you have 4 different answers to that question?
Yes, that shot was phenomenal, and he kind of like stepped through it, and there was that little teeny window gap at the top, and he hit it. The shot on 15, where he's a little blocked out, he has to draw it around the trees, and then it ends up hitting the green, and then at the perfect slope, which ended up setting up that eagle putt that you mentioned. He missed, which was a makeable one. He tapped in for birdie, but that shot itself was phenomenal. 17 obviously, then the playoff one. Yeah, there's quite a few that you could say. Even on 10, I loved his shot. There was quite a few there during that. You're sitting here thinking, hey, that's the shot of the tournament for him. And his caddy, Harry Diamond, a longtime friend, he's been on his bag, and people have criticized maybe should he have made a move with him, blah, blah, blah. Obviously he stuck with him and was a big part of his win yesterday. But the highlight reels is, the quote shot of the day. Like, you probably could give a half dozen from him yesterday.
Brian Koesel with us, Tee to Green on Saturdays. Were you surprised, Brian, what happened to DeChambeau after he had the lead?
I was, because he said he was feeling excellent. I know that he said he's been struggling with his irons, but it really, really fell apart for him quickly. And he doesn't, he's so precise with everything he does. Even if I'm hooking he said, I was hooking the ball, I was hitting the toe. Like, he's usually such a good scientist at the fact that he's able to overcome that. He's like, well, okay, I'll aim this many degrees to the right and adjust for it. He's so good at that. I was surprised that it continued to be a struggle over and over. The amount of missed shots from him, that was definitely probably the most biggest surprise of the day, because it wasn't just once or twice. I mean, he hit it in the water multiple times. He was short and left quite often. I think for him, he's in some sense he could walk away, sitting here saying, "Look, I was in the lead in the final round here, and I had no." I didn't have my best game at all. And, that'll be something I'm sure he'll go and work on and adjust. For DeChambeau, too, with this high finish, I mean, we're going to see him in majors, obviously, now. He's got his exemptions for a while, so no matter how the live thing plays out, he's going to be a factor coming into these events. He's one of the best players in the world for sure. But him and McIlroy with the PGA Tour live thing, they didn't really talk at all yesterday. He said that he's they asked him, did you try to engage in conversation? He's like, no, he didn't want to talk to me. So a little rivalry there is obviously good for the sport too. That always helps.
Brian, the Sabres finish up the road portion of their schedule, finishing well under 500. Like, looking back, they finished strong at home, and on the road, a bit of a mess. They lose to Florida without half the Florida team. They lose to Tampa last night. I don't know, looking back on the road portion, or any sort of bow you want to put on this season with 2 games remaining.
Yeah, their road record this year was really bad. 13 wins. It's tied for the lowest in the Eastern Conference. There's a couple of other teams that have 13 as well, but that has to be better for the Sabres next season. They actually, during this, these last few years, were a little better on the road. It was their horrid KeyBank Center record, but that's improved at home, 22-14-3, so they're a little bit better at home than what they have been. But, yeah, these last 3 games, they've kind of circled back to doing some of the things that we saw throughout the struggles of this season, where their defensive zone awareness was poor. The turnovers were really, really bad over the course of these 3 games. Yesterday, Ryan McLeod had a terrible turnover early third period to Kucherov that really sealed it. It made it 6-2. Neither of the goaltenders this weekend really tough to judge. I thought Luukkonen played well on Saturday. Yesterday, Reimer, there was just traffic and turnovers everywhere, so not maybe the best game to judge him in general. But whatever they think this is playing the right way, this is what we have to do next year. Like, it's gone backwards here during this 3-game road trip. I wouldn't say it was at horrid standards, but it was pretty bad. Definitely some reminders yesterday when Tampa's just pumping goal in after goal of some of the down moments that we've seen from this team this year on the road. It has not been good. And as you mentioned, 2 more home games left this week to finish it off.
All right, Brian Koesel on the Western Hotline, wrapping the Sabres' loss in Tampa quickly, and also on the Masters. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, guys, thanks.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. It's nice out. Shorts report. I wore shorts today. It's going to be 64. Am I the only one?
I have joggers on.
Joggers. I went shorts.
I'm wearing short sleeves.
Hoodie and shorts.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Fine.
Polo and pants. I'm playing golf later, so I didn't feel like that.
Okay.
I didn't know if it'd be breezy, if the clouds come out, so I thought thin pants was the right move for being outside.
Fair enough.
For that long.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Plenty on the draft. There's
the Bills are having a defensive tackle in for a visit tomorrow that Adam Schefter is tweeting about.
All right. When we get back, we'll update on the people in positions that have visited and continue talking about the Bills 10 days out from the draft. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy completes the career Grand Slam, winning his first Masters in a playoff yesterday against Justin Rose. He had a 4-shot lead at one point. He lost that, had a 1-shot lead on 18, lost that, but then has a big shot to get a birdie on the 18th hole in the playoff to win. His also his first major in over a decade. Sabres wrapping up their road schedule last night with a 7-4 loss in Tampa Bay. Next up is Toronto tomorrow at home, and then Philly to close the season on Thursday, both at KeyBank Center. We are 10 days away from the NFL Draft. Adam Schefter reporting in the last couple of minutes. The Bills are going to have in on a visit tomorrow. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina, has been projected in the second round. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550.
And Peterka getting it back again. Darlene will send it back that way. There's a jam play, scores. Alex Tuck at the near post. Got a stick on that one, and the Sabres, before the first penalty expires, get one on the power play. They'll stay with the man advantage, now trailing 6-3 with 11:21 to go in the third.
One of the first moments of the game for the moments in your life go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres fall in Tampa. A loss to the Lightning, and next up, finishing out at home against the Leafs and the Flyers.
Six iron yesterday, set up an eagle. Is this enough? It is. Oh, here it comes. The shot of a lifetime.
For the golfers out there, perhaps the best thing about Rory that makes him identifiable or relatable is immediately after hitting the shot of a lifetime, he misses the putt, which, you know,
yeah,
been there, done that.
Yeah.
Wow, greatest shot of my life. Did you make it? No.
No.
No, missed the putt. Get you some Bill stuff here in a moment, and a Sabres note for you as well. Rory wins the Masters. The best possible story in golf is complete.
Yep.
And I don't know what the next one is.
As he did, Brian mentioned that. That's how he opened his press conference. What are we going to talk about next year? I don't know.
Who's the next? This guy's supposed to win now.
Oberg. He's too young
so
for that.
young.
He's too young for that?
Yeah. Especially at Augusta. Like, who's supposed to win now? I don't know.
The problem is, this is why Rory kept that storyline going, is he was so good the whole time. Whereas, like, there's been a story over time of Ricky Fowler winning his first major, but he stinks now, but comparatively.
Yeah.
So, like, that's not really a story anymore because he's not right there on the doorstep, and he hasn't been in, like, 5 years?
It's been a while. Yeah.
So there isn't another guy like that you could plug in. I don't think. That's like, all right, time to win one. Oberg could get there if he goes a couple years without winning it, but right, last year was his majors debut, like 1 year ago. So I don't think by the third year it's, oh man, this guy hasn't won yet.
I mean, Spieth could get the career Grand Slam, but that's just not the same story. Spieth is exciting,
but he's kind of like Fowler for this too. Like, he hasn't been top of his game for years.
Very erratic, yeah.
Yeah.
803-0550. All right, quick note on the Sabres, and then I want to check in on the Bills and all their draft visits. So on the Sabres, they currently sit in the standings in 26th. And with 2 games remaining, I was just checking where they can go. They can finish pretty much anywhere from 24th to 28th. Mm-hmm. This is not to tell you they should lose the last 2 for the 3.5% draft odds. You want to tell me that? I'm not going to dispute that. But these games are at home. One's against the Leafs. One's against the Flyers, who are also bad. Mm-hmm. But anywhere from 24th to 28th. And I just wonder how different those two look. They're both bad. Obviously, they're both very bad. But 28th is bad. And 24th is like 2 points behind the Red Wings. They could pull even with the Red Wings. They could pull even with the Rangers. Teams that did not have horrifically embarrassing seasons. They had disappointing seasons, no doubt about that. But it's almost like, Joe, I want to give a little bit of the mediocrity disappointment, as opposed to 28th, you're down with Boston, who lost like a million games at the end of the season, Seattle, Nashville, Chicago, and whatever. So anywhere from 24th to 28th, there's where the Sabres are going to finish.
And if it ended right now, like how the lottery works is they draw the top 2 picks, right? So 6% for first-ish, 6% second, 44 7, 36 eighth. So it more than likely what it determines is where you'll pick between, like, right now you'd pick 7th or 8th in most outcomes. Whereas if you go up a couple spots or down, then, okay, you could pick 5th or 6th instead. Like, the likelihood of them picking 1st or 2nd, it's not impossible, but
it's low. To
me, the bigger impact in the draft standings in the final 2 games is, are you picking 5th or are you picking 7th? More than it's, are you going to get the first pick?
8030550. All right, so you mentioned before the break the Bills having a defensive tackle in. We'll update our numbers on who has visited and what positions have been receiving the most attention.
Yeah, TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina. He's listed from the Combine at 6'4", 297. He is, from reading about him in Lance Zierlein's piece at NFL.com, 3-down solution at defensive tackle, that he can do a little bit of both. Good good rusher from the middle. He, of course, is not like a monster. I mean, he's got the frame for it, but he's not even 300 pounds. So looks like a kind of a versatile defensive tackle that you might have to pick at 30, because it looks like from some of the mocks I've seen, he sometimes goes early in the second round, which if you're the Bills, you don't have an early second round pick. So that would be maybe you reach 5-6 picks.
Yeah.
Some would call it a reach if you picked him at 30. So maybe a first-round prospect for them.
Yeah, they have 2 late seconds, really, right?
Yes, they do. 2 late seconds.
56th and 62nd.
But that's another defensive tackle that they are having it on a visit. Tomorrow, they'll have him in on a visit.
You know what they could do? I mean, they could do a million things. We all sit here and watch Bean move around the board quite a bit. I think they could move up in the first if the board falls a certain way. I think they could move out of the first. And wouldn't it be such a Bean thing to do to move from 30 to 40, but then to use 56 and 62 to go to 42 or something like that? Or it wouldn't shock me at all if they find a way to come out with 3 second-round picks as a little sweet spot here. So, maybe they move down in the first and then use the capital from that trade to move from 56 up to 42. Whatever you get to drop down. Just hypothetically here, looking at a value chart. If you drop from 30 to 40, that's 180 points. Like, okay, somebody gives you 180 points. And then to move up from 56 plus 180 is like the 38th pick. So you're drafting 38th and 40th and 62nd. And if they do that,
right,
I just feel like, whatever, fans will be pretty happy. I'll put it this way. Doesn't it feel like it'll be really hard for Bean to blow the draft from a public opinion standpoint? We know what they need. They know what they need.
Yeah.
It's pretty straightforward. You need a corner, a defensive tackle, and the third choice could be, I guess, a debate. But it's probably receiver. It might be safety. It might be another defensive end. There seems to be a pretty strong, hey, we know what's up here. This team is pretty complete. Your offense is pretty complete. If they go receiver in the 4th round, Joe, there are a couple guys I'm going to like quite a bit if they can find him in the 4th round or move around for him. But I just have a tough time thinking that we're going to come in Monday after the draft weekend and say, what did they do? How could they have done this?
Right. What could they do that would have any sort of outrage? Like on a grand stage.
Trade with the Chiefs.
Trading with the Chiefs would do it.
In all seriousness, that was the only thing about last year's draft that we really had. They went receiver and safety and defensive tackle, and they added a bunch of pieces. And the rest of it was, all right, you did the things you had to do. You spent your number one asset on a receiver, which most thought you had to. Which guy you were going to get was debatable, and maybe that's still up for discussion. But the biggest thing that they did last year in the draft that kind of got people at least paying attention was trading with Kansas City.
Right. So they could do that again, and that would have outrage.
And outside of that,
if they drafted a running back, there would be outrage, right?
From me, yes.
If they drafted a tight end, of course, but that one I don't even think is really possible.
Also outrage from me if there's a tight end, yes.
If they drafted an offensive lineman, would there be outrage?
Yes.
They love a guy so much. They know they don't have a need, but they just love the guy. They had him ranked. They had him ranked 9th.
Yeah, first
and he
round.
fell to them at 30, and they picked a guard.
Can't do it. Guard.
Okay, what if I made it a tackle?
Can't make it.
Well, even if it's a tackle, it's going to be. What are we going to come in the next day saying? Can he play guard? Right. A center.
It's really tough to envision a high piece on offensive line. The time will come for that.
What about this one? Would there be, maybe not from you or me, although maybe even, would there be outrage if they drafted a certain type of wide receiver? Like at 30, that they pick Jaden Higgins, who's the 6'4", big body guy, not really a speedster. They draft another big receiver that's not really that fast. Like, would that incur outrage from fans? A certain type of player at that position?
I don't think so. The thing about receiver, I mean, Coleman is this as well. Like, Coleman has his detractors, and he has those that wonder if he's cast in the right role. But any receiver with Josh Allen is going to get the benefit of the doubt to get some time, right? We saw it with even think about the way they talk about every single player on the team. Kincaid, he was hurt. Give it a little more time. All right, well, we'll see how that goes if it's going to happen this year. Curtis Samuel, well, he got off to turf toe at the start of the year, and that's why it didn't exactly work. Amari Cooper, well, it was a chemistry issue. There's almost this built-in benefit of the doubt. Give Josh a little more time to cook with this guy. And with Coleman, there's the injury that kind of stops his season, which was off to a pretty good start. So if they draft another, I guess you're asking if they draft a slow receiver?
Slow or slot even. Is there a type of receiver that would make people outraged if they put a big investment into it?
Outrage would be too much. If they go slot guy or somebody that has played the slot and they have visions of putting him to the outside, I almost want to say Joe Brady. I'm ready to give a little benefit of the doubt here as well because he's put together a pretty good offense. Mm-hmm. He's shown that he can scheme looks up for a lot of players. That's the thing about their receiver core. I want somebody on the outside they can scheme touches the way they scheme touches for Khalil Shakir. Shakir gets so many touches built into the game for him. And whether it's out of the backfield or in screenplays, his catch percentage is a testament to how good he is, but also a testament to how often they are able to get him the ball with a chance to make a play. That's what the offense is designed for Shakir. And can they get somebody on the outside that they do that for? And then for the defense, if they draft a defensive tackle, I almost want to say, no matter who it is.
Yep.
All right, well, they like this guy for the future, and they've added their free agent pieces. It's, we're 10 days out, and I just think we're going to end up being happy. It's a matter of where they move around the board. Put it this way. Here's one way you could spark outrage, I suppose. You trade next year's first to move up to 14th. Mm-hmm. And even then,
like when the Saints, the Saints did that for Marcus Davenport,
Marcus Davenport, yeah,
they traded their future first to go get a defensive end,
and they get a defensive end or defensive tackle, but it's a move way up the board.
Yeah,
there's going to be that's the closest I could get to for should they have done that? Why would
sure?
And it wouldn't even really be about, to me, as we're mock reacting to drafts here. It wouldn't even be about how dare you spend that future first. For me, it would be more, is that the right position? Was this the right player to do it for?
Right. That would be it for me.
That would be the only thing. Why couldn't you have done this last year for Brian Thomas Jr. or for whatever?
And couldn't they only do that for a defensive end right now? That you could see that, what's the position they would do that for? They move up 15, because you got to value that position a lot if you're not just spending a first on it, but that you're spending an extra first to go get it. You're not doing that for a defensive tackle, right?
No.
You've pointed out their value system for defensive tackles in the past. What a 180 shift it would be to go from plug and play, just grab whoever we can in the middle of the season at defensive tackle. We're gonna throw 2 firsts at it in one guy.
What if Travis Hunter falls to 8?
Oh, I mean, trade 3 firsts.
And you trade 2. You trade your. And we're sitting here saying, well, they gave up next year's first, but they did it for Travis Hunter.
Yeah, well, my next question is going to be what position. He better be playing receiver if you traded that much to go get him.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you better be playing both if you invested that much. But even a corner might be better, but like I can only see that idea for a defensive end. And I don't think it's likely.
Well, let me give you a name. Because over the weekend it was reported Shamar Stewart's another one that came in for a visit. Or they worked him out a private workout.
Yeah. And
the last mock I saw, he's going 15th to Atlanta. Is there a player that they like so much? I mean, trading up for Josh, by the way, when they traded up for Allen, they did not trade a future first.
Right.
That was one of the things.
Second?
They did.
Yeah.
They had 2 firsts. It's really one of the most amazing things Bean has done. Put the sunglasses on for that one. Because he has 2 firsts, and he moves up. And he actually holds the line and says, I'm not giving up that other first.
He moved up, if you want to count the first trade up, too. He moves up in 2 trades, 22-7.
Without giving up
his
an extra
quarterback,
first.
without giving up a future first.
It's a masterclass. That leap is. So
yeah, it took Cordy Glenn in a second.
Yeah.
And some other stuff.
To go 15 spots. Stuff. And again, you need your guy to fall there. They were trying to go up to 4. Maybe go back in time when the Broncos say they're going to take Bradley Chubb. They stick and pick. Mm-hmm. Had the Broncos said, we'll take that second first, would they have done it for that? But because the Broncos wouldn't take the deal, now you are able to hold on to that.
It's a good question.
That extra first. Anyway, I'm trying to think of how people could be upset. Maybe
I don't think
move up.
There's not much, though.
No, I agree.
That I can think of that's likely.
803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Living in a world where Rory has a green jacket. It's a pretty good day today. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. Paul Hamilton, top of the hour to recap the Sabres' loss in Tampa as they close out the road portion of their schedule. You can pop in with us anytime you want here on WGR.
Join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 28th. Once you join our team, you will receive an email. You can pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you're not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details.
We're just searching how to do a strike-through.
A strike-through?
Yeah, like when you're writing something, you put a line through it.
Like on your keyboard? Is there a function for it?
Yep. Got it. We found it. Anyway, I'll tell you why in a little while. Hey, there's a new stadium coming to Buffalo.
Yeah.
We're going to talk with Peter Marlette tomorrow at 9 about the Buffalo Pro Soccer Stadium. The site was chosen, Elk and Lee Street.
Yes.
Different district, not squarely downtown.
The silos are right there down. Not squarely downtown, but like within the city limits.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. And we'll talk to Peter about that tomorrow, 9 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. Paul Hamilton on the other side as we dip into the Sabres' loss last night to the Tampa Bay Lightning. And also, here's why I was doing the strike-through. We can get to this a little later. If I was making a list of the professional athletes that need to win to cement their legacy, Rory. Done. Next name up?
Josh Allen?
Right. It's Josh and Lamar.
Josh and Lamar.
It's Josh and Lamar. Think of a third name if you can. Josh and Lamar. Who's not? I mean, I guess, but not on the level.
There might be a name better than that though.
We'll work on it. Paul next.
More of Jeremy and Joe Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy completes the career Grand Slam and ends his decade-plus-long major drought with a win at Augusta yesterday. It took a playoff, but he beats Justin Rose on the 18th hole, first playoff hole, to win his first Masters of his career. He did have a 4-shot lead on the back nine, lost that, had a 1-shot lead going into 18, lost that, but wins in the playoff anyway. Bryson DeChambeau, who was in the final pairing, and we were expecting a DeChambeau-McIlroy duel yesterday. That fell apart because DeChambeau hit in the water a couple of times. He ends up losing 4 shots back in 5th place. Sabres were in action last night. 7-4 loss to the Tampa Bay Lightning. We'll talk more about it with Paul Hamilton. Sabres did not have Owen Power for the game. He's dealing with an injury, lower body injury, that he picked up against the Panthers on Saturday, which was a 3-2 shootout loss for the Sabres. Next up, Toronto tomorrow at home, and then Philly on Thursday at home, and that is it for the season. The Leafs can clinch the division with either one more point by them or 1 point lost by the Lightning. Football, the draft is 10 days away. Adam Schefter reporting that the Bills are having a defensive tackle in on a visit tomorrow. TJ Sanders of South Carolina, who's been projected to go in the second round. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Paul Hamilton.
That's what they called me in college. It's the bone.
He has the facts to back up his opinions.
People ask me, well, how are the Sabres are they going to win tonight? I don't have a clue.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mr. Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. The Sabres, while Rory was putting on a green jacket, fall to Tampa and finish the road portion of their schedule with a loss to the Tampa Bay Lightning. And we're going to chat about it with Paul. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Road schedule wraps up. We talked a little bit about it with Brian Koesel an hour ago. A little more Masters side of it with Brian, and then finish up with the Sabres. We won't ask you too much on the Masters, Paul. I know you might have been locked in, right, on Rory's pursuit of the green jacket. Not so much. Did they show it? Did they show it on the Jumbotron in Tampa there? Like, that would have been a good move. Stop the game.
Yeah,
I saw some of it.
Yeah.
Usually, if there's a major, I'll tune into some of it in the final day. But that's about all the golf I watch.
Yeah. Well, the Sabres finished their road schedule with a pretty rough road record, Paul. I mean, it's 3 straight losses on this little road trip here. So, when it comes to the season, looking back, like how does it hit you? As we get closer and closer to the end of this thing.
Yeah, their road record actually had improved for a little bit until this trip. And if I always add in the 2 games from Czechia on the road record.
Right.
I do not consider the one of them a home loss. So I got them at 13-25-4 away from Western New York. And this just was not a good way to end it for the Sabres. Everything they had done for the last about 6-7 weeks, you really didn't see on this trip. You saw in the first period in yesterday's game. There was a lot of heart, and there was a lot of oomph, and there was a lot of they were behind 1-0, but they were getting a lot of chances. They were working hard. They were causing turnovers. That was the thing that impressed me is they were hard on the forecheck, and the Lightning were turning the puck over the whole period. And finally, Buffalo started taking advantage of it right at the end, scoring 2 goals in 14.4 seconds in the last minute of the period, and left with a 2-1 lead, which I thought they richly deserved to be ahead. And then, for whatever reason, the last 40 minutes, it's like that team took their jerseys off, and the team that played Colorado put the jerseys on, and it was Christmas time again, gift giving. It was just a horrendous 40 minutes. There was just nothing. They had no passion. They didn't win any battles. They were playing dumb hockey. They weren't covering anybody in the middle of the ice. It was like a different team came for the last 40 minutes. It was like, what do you got? What happened here? What are you guys doing? I mean, to watch Ryan McLeod just throw a backhand pass right through the slot, it's like, where did that come from? That's not what he does. I mean, he's a very good two-way center, and a blind back pass to Kucherov in front. I mean, it was like he was Kucherov's center. He put it right on his stick. And, of course, he's standing there by himself. So, he has an easy goal out of that. And it just everything just changed. It was just like you couldn't believe it. But there was more of that in the road trip than there was what we have seen for the last 6 or 7 weeks from this hockey team.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, one thing that we had a stage of the season where this was kind of everything we talked about, which was responding when one of your guys gets hit. One, this hit on Kulik on Saturday against Florida. What did you think of the call, it not being penalized, which I thought was pretty incredible? And then two, the way the Sabres responded, especially Dahlin and Benson and then Tuck in the fight after. Because I don't know that, especially those three, Paul, that there's ever been a lot of question about those three in particular jumping in, but it looked like they all really didn't even have to think about it.
No, they didn't. They were there. It was a good response for them. I mean, Kulik, the referee told Lindy Ruff on the replay that Kulik touched the puck. I don't know what he was looking at. He didn't even come close to touching the puck. It was interference. I mean, and Kulik, luckily for him, he must have seen it at the last second because he got his gloves up to his face, which I think helped cushion the blow a little bit. But, this guy came from the bench. He was headhunting from the start. You could see him coming. And but no, Kulik never touched the puck. And it's like, what is this league? It just blows my mind. And, then I get all this garbage. Well, everybody hates the Sabres. Just stop. Watch any game. Watch the National Hockey League. This is the way the National Hockey League is reffed. It's not just against the Sabres or whatever. It's every game, every night. I mean, I'm watching yesterday's game. It's like, okay, yeah, that's right. The playoffs are coming. We're not calling penalties until you absolutely have to. It was just penalty after penalty that wasn't called for both teams. And, it's just... But, yeah, it was a good response. You know what the problem I had with it? And Alex Tuck, as you said, you never have to worry about him being a good teammate or showing up for a teammate. But it was later on in the game, he's the one that addresses it. What? Why? Why is Alex Tuck, who you're down a goal, first of all, you don't want him in the penalty box for 5 minutes while you're down a goal. Second of all, you don't want him hurt doing that, him or Thompson or Dahlin or whatever happened to Connor Clifton. That's one of the reasons they got him, to make the defense tougher, to make them harder to play against. And he was that's what he came and did when he first showed up. But now it's like he's the one that has to go address that. Malenstein is the one that has to go address that. Malenstein, I love the way he plays, but he's got to go find that guy. And he's got to tell Lindy Ruff, put me out right now. I'm going to get him. And that's what Gilbert was doing. Well, Gilbert's not here anymore. So Malenstein's got to go do it. Or Lafferty's got to go do it. These are big, strong guys that can go. I would prefer that Alex Tuck not be the guy that has to go do that. It needs to be addressed by some others, I think. And that's what bothered me is, it wasn't one of the other guys didn't go address it before Alex Tuck did.
Speaking of Tuck, Paul, I was looking at the Sabres salary cap and their table over the next couple of years. The only UFA this year is Reimer. And the next year, Tuck's the big name. It's kind of interesting because we're 2 games away from locker clean out, and you'll ask players about the future and RFA and this and that and Byram and McLeod, and we'll have those conversations. And I heard you with Bulldog at the end of the week last week. Like, talk has to start becoming a conversation, right? Now that he enters the final year of a contract, they can kind of open the door for him going forward. And it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say about that.
Yeah, they got to start talking or they can start talking to him July 1st. It was interesting that for a while the Sabres were just signing guys to long-term deals, and whether they deserved them or not, they just got them. And then these guys, these restricted guys, came up, and some of these contracts have maybe blown up in their face. And they decided, and I think rightfully so, you know what, we need to maybe change our thought process here. So none of those guys you mentioned, those restricted guys, they could have been negotiating with them since last July, and they weren't. So, now they have to start talking to them in the off season. But here comes Alex Tuch, and the only thing with Alex Tuch, I'm not really concerned with the money he's getting. I've had some people, well, give him 8 years, $8 million. It's the 8 years. He's 29 years old. That takes him to age 37. That's not smart business. I mean, unless it's Ovechkin or Crosby or Yager or one of those guys, you just can't count on this still happening at age 37. So it's not necessarily the money. If it's, if he got, $6.5 million, I'm fine with that. But I don't know if I'd go much farther than 5 years. At age 29, maybe 6 to take him to age 35. I don't think I go farther than that. But you start giving 29-year-olds 8-year contracts, probably 80% of the time you're going to start regretting that deal with 3 or 4 years into it. So definitely I think they need to be talking to him, but I don't know if they need to be wrapping him up until age 37.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, so Owen Power gets injured over the weekend, so he misses the game yesterday, and you just had said the thing about Clifton. Like, if he's not stepping up physically, especially in that moment, like, what's he doing? That's been a question of Samuelson all year. Thinking back to when Dahlin was out and they struggled. How much change would you expect, or do you think there needs to be on the blue line this summer? And how easy might that even be? Because a lot of these guys are under contract, right? Like, there's no UFAs. Like, Clifton's got another year, and Samuelson's got a lot more term, and Byram's an RFA. So do you think the blue line is good as is, and do you think that it's pretty much, that maybe there's one change, but we're not talking about like a totally different blue line at the start of next season?
I think they need 1 or 2 changes, and it's a shame. That was a pretty gruesome injury that Owen Power received. Lindy Ruff really didn't shed much light on it other than he'd be out for a while. And that's a shame. I mean, you want him to get his full off season. You want him to get stronger. And, in this little, 6 to 7 weeks, I've liked his game for the most part. I think he's played pretty well. And, it's a shame that, whatever this injury is, hopefully it's not something that, really steps into his off-season preparation. They got to find somebody for Owen Power, though. They've got to find somebody, some type of a defenseman, and I keep bringing up Craig Rivet and what he told me, and it rang so true when he said it to me that he needs to find a guy that comes in here and says, "I got you." No matter what, you don't have to worry about things. If things get crazy, I'm going to be right here for you. And kind of like a lot of people are talking about how Chychrun has improved with Washington and given Jensen a lot of credit for that. Kind of he's the guy that rides with him. Craig Rivet told me, he was the guy that did that in Montreal for that Russian defenseman that was really good. There was a real good article that Matthew Fairburn wrote over the weekend. He talked to Pronger, and he talked to Hedman, and I've talked to Hedman about Dahlin. I haven't talked to him about Power. Guys who have been in Power's shoes and knows what it's like. And Pronger was very, very frank in his criticisms of Power, but criticisms to the point of he thinks Power is going to be very good. but talking about the things that he needs to improve on, and talking about when he came into the league, it was Brad McCrimmon who was that was the guy that had his back and showed him the way. Power doesn't have that, and that's what they need to find, a guy that still is a good player, but a veteran player that always will sit down and talk to him, kind of like I saw Zucker do with Kulik, like after every shift when they played together. Zucker was talking to him all the time, always with him, always talking to him and busting his chops in the locker room. I mean, but that's the kind of guy that Owen Power needs, and that's the kind of guy I think they need to find for him. And I think it's time to find Samuelsson a new home, however you do that. I know there's a lot of term left on the contract, so maybe you wouldn't get much for it, but I think it's time to move on from that.
Paul, before we finish out, there's two things to me to watch from here on out. One, does Luukkonen get the net the last two games? Because you'd like to get something positive for him. I mean, Reimer, he played last night, gave up, whatever. Not to say it's his fault. It's just like, how about some Luukkonen to finish the season to try and have something nice at the end of it?
I also wondered, because the Amherst are locked in now, Paul, for the regular season, and they have 3 games left, but there's really nothing left to play for. So I thought about maybe they might want to call him up for a game. They also might just want to give him like a breather, for a week before the playoffs start.
Who's him?
Levi.
Sorry.
Then that was going to be my other thing.
Levi doesn't need to be here.
Yeah.
We've already seen him. Stay.
That was.
But that's what I mean. Like, I don't think there's no point of him playing in Rochester for the final 3 games because they have nothing to play for right now.
Right. But
unless you just want to keep him sharp for a game, so you might see him get in for a game. Luukkonen, I think, deserves I liked him I actually liked him his last 2 starts. After he got over the very beginning of his 2 starts ago, he played really well. And I thought he played very well the other night in his start. So I think, yes, and you're right, yesterday had nothing to do with Reimer. They hung him out to dry for that game. Two goals winning off Sabres, and there were basically Lightning players standing by themselves who already have 40 goals. It was like it wasn't like they were letting Zemgus Girgensson stand alone in front. They were letting like the 40 goal scorers stand there by themselves and get multiple opportunities. So, but I think Luukkonen deserves to start. I think he played well enough in that game that they won that he played in. I thought that he deserves to get a start this week.
Yeah, that was be my second part of it, Paul, was not necessarily about Levi coming up, but to me that's the biggest thing to watch, because if they're going to find their way to good goaltending next year, Reimer 37, Luukkonen under contract, Levi probably getting a look. I don't know, but I'm eager to see how he performs in the playoffs once we get to those in Rochester.
Well, he'll definitely get a look. I mean, if Kevin Adams is still here, and I have no reason to believe that he won't be, Luukkonen and Levi will battle it out, and maybe Reimer will be around. As I said, Bulldog had a good idea that Reimer loves it here, and maybe he'd be open to, all right, we'd like to bring you into camp, and if it doesn't work out for one of these guys, we have you here. If not, we will find you a place to play. We won't hang you, or we will. We have your back as far as this goes if you want to give us another year, but he'll be 38. I mean, you don't want him as your solution at age 38 for the whole season. So, Luukkonen, I'm not convinced he can't go home to his goaltending coach in Finland and correct some of the things that he needs to correct. Levi's had a great year. Does it translate now that he, I think, has had proper development? You would think it might, but you don't know. I mean, it's a lot of ifs that shouldn't have been there. I mean, Luukkonen grabbed the job and looked like their number 1 goalie at the end of last year. It wasn't just for a couple of games. It was, over 35 games where he played the most of any goalie in the NHL. His numbers were right at the top of the league, and he looked like a number 1 goaltender. He was making the big saves at the big time, and that was not as much this year. He did it sometimes, but especially since the break, until these last couple of games, he's really, really struggled. And I think a lot of it is mental. I mean, he knows Lindy Ruff lost confidence in him. He's sitting there watching Reimer play all these games, and mentally that might have messed him up a little bit. So he can maybe work on things and get that confidence back that he needs to, but then you're coming into training camp with a lot of ifs again, and I think that's one of the reasons that this hasn't gotten any better under Kevin Adams, because he's come into training camp for the last 2 years with a lot of ifs, and a lot of those ifs haven't come true for him.
The Leafs can clinch the division here tomorrow, is what I'm looking at, right? Oh, the Panthers play tonight. Never mind, it could be already over. If the Panthers lose, the Leafs, I believe, will clinch.
Well, it's Tampa. Tampa's the one I think.
I'm sorry, Tampa.
Yeah, and Tampa doesn't play till tomorrow.
Okay, so then tomorrow, that would be it.
They need 1 point either way. They either need Tampa to drop a point, or Toronto to gain
That's
a
right.
point.
The Panthers play tonight. They cannot catch the Leafs. So the Leafs will be playing for the division tomorrow here.
And that's all fine and good, and teams sit there and break each other's backs trying to get home ice advantage, and then you get to the playoffs, and we're going to have this conversation again that, well, you know what, it's about 50-50, and home ice advantage really isn't that big of a deal.
And also, quickly, Paul, does it matter matchup to you? Would it matter if you're Toronto, the difference between playing...
Yes.
That would be, to me, the bigger thing, right, is avoiding Florida in round one and getting Ottawa instead.
Absolutely. It's the matchup. That's why I think Florida has been sitting a lot of their players like they did against Buffalo. Buffalo didn't face the top 4 scorers from Florida, or their top defenseman, or their top goaltender. And that's not the first time they've sat those guys. So I think they were quite content to maybe get out of that spot where they're playing Tampa Bay and into another spot. But unfortunately, if you're a Florida fan, that hasn't happened. And it's looking like you're probably going to have to open against Tampa Bay.
Yep. Thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Sabres and Leafs tomorrow from KeyBank Center.
Very quick follow-up on one point Paul made in there about getting Owen Power a partner during this summer. In the last 3 seasons, Power has played 1,400 minutes with Henri Jokiharju. Nobody else more than 620 minutes. So more than double anybody else he played with Jokiharju. And that guy's now gone. So
Rory wins the Masters. It was a great Sunday, great theater, great golf. Everything about it was amazing. We've talked about it a lot. We'll recap it. And want to mention one thing about the way CBS handled how it ended, which is just remarkable. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy completes the career Grand Slam, winning at Augusta in a playoff against Justin Rose yesterday. Rose had the best score on the day. He roared back to tie. Well, Rory actually had the lead going in 18, missed a short putt, but then he wins it in the playoff. Sabres lost last night 7-4 to the Tampa Bay Lightning. 2 games remaining. Toronto tomorrow. The Leafs can clinch the Atlantic Division with 1 point against the Sabres. And then the Sabres wrap up with Philadelphia on Thursday. Both games at KeyBank Center. Both games at 7 o'clock. To football. Bills having a couple of pre-draft visits with defensive tackles, both being projected around the second round. TJ Sanders of South Carolina, 6'4", 295-pound defensive tackle, again projected around the second round. And then Deion Walker of Kentucky, also being reported by Ian Rappaport that he'll visit with the Bills tomorrow. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
The call from Jim Nantz. They mentioned a couple of things here, and then it's just 6 minutes of Rory walking and the crowd cheering. And it was amazing.
That's how you do it.
Yep.
Nantz, a pro's pro. Just give your call and then let the moment breathe. Who was it recently? Somebody.
Tony Romo.
Well,
Yeah,
Romo, yes.
Romo's in the
But there was
playoffs.
one like last week. Was it even the national championship? Someone won something, and then just the announcer was screaming for like 45 seconds straight.
Yeah.
Make your call. RJ even did it this way. RJ would give his call for like 10 seconds and then let the moment breathe.
What a moment. And then the lengthy silence as he's walking through, hugging. You know, Shane Lowry, family members, friends. He then says, I got to go get a green jacket.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was really cool. And then the crowd goes nuts. I'm the old guy on the show, so I was emotional watching it. I was legitimately emotional. I don't know why. I mean, I do know. Whatever. It was amazing. I couldn't have loved it anymore. I love Rory and have liked Rory for a long time. And mainly it really is about the people that are you know, I don't know, Joe. For me, there's underdog stories, and then he's not an underdog. It doesn't hit for me the same way when you tell me, you know, Josh Allen was a 0-star recruit. He can rise up to where he is. Like, that's a good story, but that story doesn't hit for me as much as the sports arc of justice. The universe, what am I trying to say? The arc of justice, the arc of the universe bends towards justice.
Okay.
The arc of the sports universe bending towards justice. And Rory should have a green jacket.
Yeah.
And for him to not have it is what these shouty shows that yell about LeBron and Jordan every day that have ruined just intelligent conversation about players every single moment of every single day is about legacy. We talked last week about how Ovechkin getting the goal-scoring record, if he didn't have a cup, you would have had to deal with that. Oh, does it really matter? Nothing matters but rings. Rory can be the best player ever, but if he had never done this, that would have been a thing about him. It's why, you know, when the Bills win, we'll all be thrilled that the Bills, of course, win a Super Bowl if they do, and God willing they do. But I will love it for Josh because he's good enough. He deserves to be at that level. But you don't get it just by deserving it. You actually have to do it. And for Rory to have done that, man, it was just amazing. I also found one really cool thing that might be a Masters tradition. It's got to be nice out, though. We went to the driving range, like with the whole family. Played some putt-putt, hit a bucket of balls on Masters morning. But I saw somebody tweeted out what they do on Masters Sunday is they do a best ball partner tournament. The morning of the final round, you draft someone in the Masters that's going to play. And then you play golf and you play best ball. So basically, you and your friends go out and play 18, and then you'd have your leaderboard and your scoreboard, and then you watch the Masters and fill in the scores of what they do. So maybe like, me and Josh play, and you've got a 3-stroke lead, and I've got DeChambeau, and he's got Oberg, and we're charting scores so that the Masters final round, we actually have become best ball partners with Justin Rose or whoever. And that seems like a really fun way to watch the Masters.
That would be awesome. One follow-up question. Are you doing that by handicap, though? Because how many holes am I going to be contributing to my best ball? Okay.
Use your handicap.
Because I'm playing bogey golf mostly, and how many... I mean, yesterday...
He doubled twice!
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Rory doubled a few times, too.
You come in with a 7, you're like, all right, Rory, just do some work here. We need some work. And he comes in with a double.
Yeah, right.
So I thought that was cool.
Yeah, that is.
What a great moment.
How, that being said, the flip end, how devastated would you have been had he blown it?
Devastated.
Like, almost equivalent of, like, playoff game loss?
The difference would be when the Bills lose a playoff game, I'm devastated for me and for Bills fans.
Mm-hmm.
I would have felt such... Like,
it would have been more about Rory himself.
Yes, I would have felt such empathetic pain for him. I would have been devastated. Really. And when he hit the ball in the water, it's just the whole thing.
When just stomach.
It happened multiple times.
When he hit that shot.
When he doubled one, I'm like, come on, I don't want to do this. I don't want you to shoot an 80 today, man.
Hole one and two. It was actually not even just one. I know he ends up parring on 2. He rallied, but he hit. That approach shot on 2? Well, first he hits it in the bunker on 2, right?
Both 1 and 2, he got a little unlucky.
And his body language, he hits the chip on 2. And it's not like even that bad. I mean, he's up on the higher tier, and he didn't want to be there, right? And the broadcast, whoever it was, I don't think it was Nance, though. I think it was the other guy, said, oh, that wasn't a good shot. Like you could tell. Like, he didn't strike it the way he wanted to. And then they showed Rory. And his body language, he's like... His like shoulders are down, and he like throws his club in his bag, and he like tries to pick out the putter. He doesn't grab it. His body language was so bad that one of my buddies texted me right then, like, this is going to be sad.
Yeah.
This is going to be, and that was my mom. Like, this is going to be sad.
And then
it wasn't, and then it was again, and then
he gets complete control, and then he gives it back, and
he went 4 under after that. He went 4 under over the next 7 holes. But then he went 4 over on the next 4 holes after that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would have been devastated.
It would have been so sad had he blown it. So, I mean.
Yep.
You don't want to say he'd never recover from it, because I'm sure someone said that after he lost the U.S. Open, right? You never come back from that, and then he won 2 majors later.
Right. He said he'd go through 100 more heartbreaks for the chance to win 1 more. Something he said after the U.S. Open. But this one would have been the hardest ever. He literally had a putt to win it on 18. It's another thing about momentum.
Not far either. It's 5 feet, 6 feet.
To me, I loved the tournament. Couldn't have been any better because he wins it the way he does, with incredible shots, but also mistakes. And you know how it goes. People love to just put everybody in a bucket. If he misses the putt on 18 and then loses, it's, well, he'll never get any closer. This kind of feels like 13 seconds to me. Oh, well, that was the best chance you'll ever have. No, there'll probably be others. There will be others. The next year, you'll have a chance. The next tournament, he would have a chance. Last 2 years ago, he finished, tied for second or whatever? Like, he's had 4
years ago.
He's had 4 top 5s. He ends up winning his first Masters the same age as Mickelson winning his first Masters, and Mickelson's won 3. So is Rory going to win 2? Yeah.
Is that right? Mickelson's first was at 35?
Mickelson was the original.
That wasn't his first major, though, was it?
I believe it was.
He won his first major at 35?
Mickelson.
I knew it took a while.
He was the original, when will he ever win a major guy? He was the original guy. Best player to never win a major.
Yeah. He was, yeah, I think you're right. 33.
33?
Maybe.
Okay.
But pretty close. I mean, within 2 years.
And when Mickelson won, I felt the same thing. I mean, Mickelson was my favorite golfer at that time, and I can remember where I was when he hit the putt to win his first green jacket, and it was amazing. Here's a player you love, you think they're good enough, their legacy will be defined by whether or not they win enough important tournaments. And McIlroy yesterday, I mean, like, it's so different. It goes from he'll be remembered as pulling a Rory. People started to say that about him. Pulling a Rory was choking.
Yeah.
And instead, he's one of the 6 most decorated golfers of all time. The number of people that have walked on the moon in the last 55 years is higher than the number that have won the career Grand Slam in the last 55 years. So I just couldn't be happier about it. It's I needed it on a Sunday. I honestly, I started to really think about, I don't know if you follow sports closely enough to know that Senator Ted Cruz, every single game he goes to, his team loses. When he shows up, he goes to Houston, the Cowboys. He goes and he supports the team, and that team loses. And I had the thought yesterday, as Rory's starting to melt down and he's going like Rose to a playoff, like, am I ever going to experience happiness again? That's what I thought.
Because all your teams melt down.
Am I ever going to experience happiness in sports ever again? And so, yeah, like I almost want to put Rory on the level with one of my teams. That's how invested I was yesterday. It felt like watching the Bills to me. It felt like watching the Sabres try to make a playoff appearance. It was, if he had lost that, I'd have been devastated.
Especially the way it would have happened.
Yes.
The way it would have happened.
And it kind of got there on...
would have been so bad.
It got there on Saturday. It got there twice yesterday where it's, he's either going to win or it's the biggest choke of all time. And then he choked 3 times and still won.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. So anyway, Paul in Buffalo is with us. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm not necessarily the biggest Rory fan, but I am a fan of history, and that was a historic win. He went from pulling a Rory to an absolute all-timer. And it's so funny because, like I said in the chat, Jeremy, for Rory to win it on a putt, it's got to be a short putt. He will throw the darts at the tee, and he'll hit these. He's the best driver of the ball maybe we've ever seen. And his iron play was his game in was fantastic, but the putts, he's never making the putt that Rose made on the 18th. Rory had to do it his way, and it was struggles. And it was, like you said, 3 times he tried to give it up. But if you're a Rory fan, you waited 11 years for this, and just congratulations to everyone who waited it out for him, because it's like, the Bills or the Detroit Lions or one of those guys getting over. It's different because he did have the other 3 majors. Rory is a winner. He has the international stuff too. He's a great Ryder Cup player, but this is the one he's wanted for a long time. So it's his white whale, I guess you would call it.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to also talk about the Masters television viewing experience. For me, it is the best television viewing experience of the entire year. I do like the NHL playoffs as my favorite sporting event of the year, but just on a television viewing experience basis alone, nothing touches the Masters. And just like everything else associated with Augusta, the app is flawless.
Yeah, it is amazing.
From 8:30 in the morning, from Thursday until Sunday, I watched golf to Sabres hockey on Thursday. I watched golf to Yankee baseball on Friday. I watched golf to Sabre hockey on Thursday. And yesterday I watched golf till about the 3rd period of Sabre hockey. I got into the game finally. Just a 100% grand slam, hit it out of the park like the Masters does every year. And that's why so many people who aren't golf fans really like me, I do not miss the Masters. I watch the Players as well, and I'll try and hit the other majors. But the Masters is one of my most important events of the year that I see on TV. It never, ever disappoints. The way they placed the holes on Saturday for moving day, the putts that were draining. DeChambeau made like 100-foot putt, for God's sake.
Yeah, on 18. Thanks, Paul. The start of Saturday was incredible. Like, everybody's hitting everything. I was thinking about a comparison here. And again, like, if you don't care about it, that's fine. It reminded me of what we do during the Olympics. During the Olympics for 3 days, everyone's like, I love figure skating. Or for 3 days, or 3 hours, it's, this biathlon is riveting. You just kind of sample a sport. And to me, Rory's able to do that in golf. If you maybe weren't a fan, but thought like, all right, I guess it's a big deal if this guy wins, and then you get invested for, 45 minutes. Like, holy cow, this is pretty intense. He's got to make this. He misses this. He's got to go to a playoff. That's what it felt like to me, was an Olympic-level event where You don't have to be the biggest fan, and maybe you'll never watch another event again, but maybe you got 20 minutes or an hour and a half and thought, all right, that was cool. Meanwhile, my weekend was also full of people talking to me about egg salad sandwiches. So thank you, everyone, sending me pictures of egg salad sandwiches.
Which I also did, although it was more in your defense because I went to a Masters party on Saturday, and the only thing left at the end of the Masters party was like half a tray of egg salad sandwiches.
Yeah, and I hear they get much better as time goes on, right?
Yeah,
more and more appealing. The more minutes that pass, the better that egg salad's looking.
Yeah, a couple hours into that thing being out in room temperature, I don't think people are going near it. Personally.
Egg salad. Please.
Good pimento cheese, though.
I would wear a pimento hat. They had pimento hats.
Yeah?
Yeah, they have pimento hats.
Also, the chocolate chip cookies that Augusta sends everybody.
Amazing.
Oh, I don't know how they do it. It tastes like it came out of the oven like 2 hours before. They're so good.
803-0550.
Augusta.
1-888-552-550. Great day. Just an absolutely great day yesterday. Great start to the golf season. I don't know what the next story is for the golf.
We need Tiger to get back.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to.
No.
For a long time.
No, not for a while. All right, 803-0550. That's our phone number. Sabre season closes this week. On to the NHL playoffs. NBA play-in tournament. I'd like to get a thought on that for you if you don't mind. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
right here on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
The caller 5 right now at 716-2214-WGR. Pair of tickets to the ultimate draft night party with us. Jeremy Joe on Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. at Resurgence Brewing. Your ticket will include preferred seating at the party, pizza, and all-you-can-drink beer and well drinks. Must be 21 or over to win.
Give me a good time.
Preferred seating, which means when we take a video of the Bills trading with the Chiefs again, your face and your reaction will likely
see
be in
me
it.
lying face down on the floor again. I think I might have done that last time.
I did see the picture this weekend of us after it was over with the draft board there, and your hands are just out like, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened to my beautiful
wide receiver
board as we left that night without a pick? And still had fun.
Yeah, it was like...
if we had fun with no picks, that means it's guaranteed to be fun.
That's right. We'll have a good time. And I would expect a trade, And again, Thursday, Resurgence. Get your tickets to that. $45. All you can drink beer, well drinks, and pizza also. What else? Sabres Leafs tomorrow. Sabres Flyers, and then Locker clean out.
Be lots of Leaf fans in attendance.
Yeah, chance to win the division. Not your stat of the day. You know how many times the Sabres have won the division in their franchise history?
5?
6.
Okay. You want a better stat of the day? Unless this is your follow-up?
I think it's where I'm going.
Okay, go ahead.
You know how many division titles Vegas has won?
Oh, okay. That's not where I was going. Okay.
4.
4?
Yeah. Where were you going?
I was going to how many division titles the Leafs have?
2.
6.
Okay.
But 4 of them were before 1938.
They don't count.
Okay, so then they have 2.
How many teams were in a division in 1938? 2?
That's a great question. I don't know. Okay, since the Sabres have existed, they've won 6.
Yeah.
And the Leafs have won 2. And actually, are we even counting one of them? Because it says 2020-21.
That's the All-Canada division.
That's the All-Canada division? Are we taking that one away too?
Definitely.
Okay, so they have 1.
We are definitely taking that away.
So we're taking that away. Since 1938, the Toronto Maple Leafs have won the division 1 time.
Not bad.
Yikes.
All right. Hey, you can also, by the way, go to getmyperks.com and sign up for our golf card. That's right. There's a VIP golf card that you can sign up for. Here's how it works. We've got the WGR VIP golf card, and you get the opportunity to jump in with a bunch of stuff. It's $129, and it's, everything really. There's Diamond Hawk. You can play golf at Diamond Hawk. You can play golf at Attica's 10th Hole, Bobolink. PGA Hope is introducing this opportunity to the proceeds go to them as well. Destroyer Golf, a box of Vero X1s, so much to get with the WGR VIP golf card. So make sure you go to the website, get my perks, and you can grab that. Lots going on. 8 amazing golf experiences for $129. A season of golfing adventures. Discount at Riggs Direct Golf as well. So, yeah. Destroyer Golf. I want to try that. I'm excited about that. I've got my WGR VIP golf card, so I'm going to try that. In addition to the other courses that you can go to. Shamrock Hill's in there as well. So, 54 holes of golf. Lots going on. GetMyPerks.com for that golf card. Jeremy and Joe, wide open for the third hour if you want to join us here on WGR.
Just Call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Rory McIlroy is the Masters champion in 2025, his first of his career, completing the career Grand Slam, only the sixth to ever do it, and the first since Tiger Woods 25 years ago. He had a 4-shot lead on the back 9. He lost that. He had a 1-shot lead going on to 18, lost that, and then sticks one on the playoff hole and buries a birdie to win it over Justin Rose. Bryson DeChambeau, who was in the final group, lost it much earlier. He was in the lead after 2, but had a couple balls in the water and was not in contention at the end. The Sabres played last night while all that was going on. They lost 7-4 to the Tampa Bay Lightning, which means Tampa's still alive for the Atlantic Division. They're 4 points back of Toronto with 2 games to go, and tomorrow the Sabres host the Maple Leafs in their second-to-last game of the year. The Leafs can clinch the division with just 1 point by them or a point lost by the Lightning. And then the Sabres will wrap up the season, Thursday against the Flyers. The Bills are having a couple of pre-draft visits with defensive tackles tomorrow. We are 10 days away from the NFL draft. We'll have our draft party Resurgence on Thursday and then Wayland on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If I was making a list of the professional athletes that need to win to cement their legacy, Rory. Done. Next name up?
Josh Allen?
Right. It's Josh and Lamar.
Josh and Lamar.
It's Josh and Lamar. Think of a third name if you can. Had a couple people tweet in some third names. McDavid, Aaron Judge.
Oh, McDavid.
Still feels
David's good for that.
Early for him, but yeah.
We're getting there.
And again, it's different. Golfers and quarterbacks are equals here, are they not?
Yeah, they are.
Quarterbacks get treated like the most solitary individual. You have to win. Mm-hmm. We don't even think it's Josh's fault that they haven't won some of these games. Doesn't matter. You have to do it. It's you.
I think, though, in hockey, maybe one reason we don't talk about it in hockey is because they all got there. Who's the guy for that? McDavid could become that. He's 28. No. So if he goes a couple more years, then maybe that'll really become a talking point. I mean, I remember that being a thing about Joe Thornton.
Okay.
Joe Thornton being the guy that could never win. I think John Tortorella, while he was the coach of the Rangers, took a shot at him for it. Like, that was a story, but Joe Thornton, I guess
he never won the cup.
But he won an MVP.
Yeah.
So is he good enough for that? Because Crosby won, and Crosby won pretty early, and Ovechkin won, and
McKinnon has won.
Yeah, like everyone that was supposed to win in hockey.
Yeah, this next
won.
This next,
which is why you tank.
This next generation of them, like right, I know, Eichel got one.
Eichel got one.
Reinhart got one. O'Reilly got one.
Sorry. But McDavid hasn't won one.
McDavid, Matthews. If you want to do that,
yeah.
It just feels like,
but they're too young for this yet. I think.
Yep. It's the superstar in basketball, the NFL quarterback, and the golfer.
I think those are the top three.
That's the top three that the world comes down, the pressure on that guy. I again, like talking about Rory yesterday, I thought maybe it was Justin Rose. One of them had a really interesting quote, how none of us play on the same level that he does in terms of the pressure he has to deal with every single week. Whether it was being the face of the PGA Tour amidst all the live stuff, or just he was supposed to be the next Tiger and then went, a decade without winning a major. Mm-hmm. Other guys don't have that pressure. He plays with more, and he won anyway.
Right. So there isn't, like, as a third name to go with Allen and Jackson, there's not a golfer.
No, and
not right now.
I don't think Joe Burrow has the same level of pressure. He's been to one. That almost takes some off of Burrow. And his team is not thought of as complete.
Is that why McDavid maybe would get a little bit of a pass here for a year or two? Is that he was just in Game 7, like he came
right
so
there.
close?
He was right there.
Yeah. And then even in the NBA, Giannis got one, and Jokic got one, and Embiid is probably good for this, but he's not.
He's not thought of like that.
Like, for me,
I don't think.
I honestly think the number one name in the NBA for this might be Kevin Durant. And I think that might be a part of the reason why for those who don't follow the NBA, there was a deal in place at this trade deadline for Kevin Durant. The Warriors were reacquiring him. The Warriors wanted him back. They had a deal worked out with Phoenix, and Durant said no. And why did he say no? He's on a non-playoff team, and he said no to going back to Golden State. I don't remember this. Maybe he's even said it. My guess would be, though, that he doesn't want to be known forever as I can only do it there. I had to go back to Golden State. I could only win it when I went to Steph. I went to the super team.
That's kind of tough. He'd be jumping on a 7 seed.
Right, I don't know. But like, how much will that stick to him? Yeah. Because he did win, and he did win Finals MVP, so like you really shouldn't take the credit away from him, but people will. But for his entire life, people will say about Kevin Durant, yeah, but you can only do it when you join the super team. That's it. Even LeBron shed that when he did it in Cleveland.
Right. Which is what this was.
And the Lakers.
That's what I love, the comparison. Like, LeBron in Cleveland is Rory at the Masters. You've already won. Nobody doubts you're great. But wow, you did that. Yeah. You added to it. You, if possible, you made your true defining moment after already being great. A couple names in the chat, and our chat tends to lean Yankees. I'm sorry, I don't think Aaron Judge rates here. I don't know anybody that thinks if Aaron Judge doesn't win the World Series, his career won't be complete.
I can understand why.
For a Yankee fan, sure.
Within the Yankee sphere,
sure.
That's true, because because if I ask this question just to a Yankee fan, who's the greatest Yankee that never won? Is there an answer? Didn't they all win?
They all win.
They all won at some point. All of them.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, he'll probably take the crown of the greatest Yankee that never won one.
But I'm
not a Yankee fan. Maybe there's a better answer to that.
But no one will think it's his fault. No one will say he couldn't do it in the moment, would they?
I mean, he did. Didn't he stink in the World Series last year?
Yeah, maybe.
So if he has that, then okay. But right, I think that's a Yankee specific. That's a Yankee specific one. I mean, would he be the top baseball guy though? He might be the top baseball guy.
He might.
Ohtani's got one, so that'll never be a thing about him. Trout never has won a playoff game. So, I mean,
right.
It's like a joke. Like, you can't even get to criticizing him for not winning a title because he's been on, like, a dumpster fire for 10 years.
803-0550. Rory wins. It's amazing. I got a couple...
Someone saying Lou Gehrig never won.
Okay.
But, like, I'm going back to 1930. I don't know.
We got a couple passages about Rory, and, like, I just apply them all to the Bills. I really do. Mm-hmm. Part of it is... And that's something that I feel. When he said I would take 100 more of those heartbreaks for a chance to win one, no, he wins it. And that's Howard and I used to argue about this all the time. Or not quite argue, but I would say to him, you have to be okay with the stress. You have to be okay with heartbreak because you only actually get your heart broken if you're good. Otherwise, you're just kind of hanging around.
Mm-hmm.
Who had a better week? Justin Rose, who loses his second Masters in a playoff, which has got to be heartbreaking for him.
And that's back-to-back majors. He finished second.
Yeah. Or is it the guy that missed the cut? Like, congratulations. The guy that missed the cut, I guess, didn't have heartbreak, but he didn't live. You weren't in it. And for the Bills, the idea of going to the playoffs again and losing to the Chiefs again would be very much like Rory missing the putt on 18 and then Rose wins. Like, damn it, this time is a flat circle stuff stinks. When will I ever get a different outcome? And we finally got one. It just feels like a win for sport. If I'm not going too far on it. It really does. It feels like sports won because we got one. Even if you don't even care about this guy, you respect that a storyline that's different finally played out. I mean, if Scheffler had won his third and four, I'd be like, oh, that guy's great. Good for him. He's great. Just not the same. I end up feeling like sometimes I do this with teams to win a Super Bowl. You tell me the Lions are in the Super Bowl. I think I better lose that thing. I need them to lose 2. I need them to have a heart ripped out before showing up and winning. This was Vegas when Vegas is in the Cup final against the Capitals.
In their inaugural season.
This is terrible. You cannot root for Vegas here. You must have your heart ripped out minimum 4 times before I think it really matters that you even won, which, of course, Vegas, that really did not happen.
It happened once.
Maybe. If it's even heart ripped out.
No,
your first ever year of existence, you go to the Cup Finals and lose, it's a party.
Right.
Unless you have the scars, I can't root for you to win. That's kind of where I live. And, this year in the Super Bowl, it was Chiefs and Eagles. Neither one of those teams has that on the line for them. If this upcoming season in the Super Bowl, it's why the idea of a Lions-Bills Super Bowl is horrific, because someone's going to have to wear that.
Uh-huh. But you're saying scars specifically in the Super Bowl?
Well, just big.
Because the Lions, Lions fan would want to fight you for saying they don't have scars.
They don't have as deep of scars. They don't. You know who does? The Browns.
But that's because you're saying they've never lived.
Thep never gone far enough to really have the deep scars.
Because
that's right.
There's different types of scars. I mean, they've gone 0-16 and they never won a playoff game for 70 years, and their two best players ever quit at 30.
Not the same. That's
tough.
Could you possibly say that the Sabres' last 16 years of scars are equal to Edmonton's? They went to Game 7 of the Cup Final twice.
I mean,
it's not close. It's not close.
It's a different type of scar, but sure, right, yeah.
It's a malaise when you're just a nobody. The Bills' drought years, the heartbreaking losses are week 5 to the Cowboys. That can't possibly be the same as a team
13 seconds?
Yes.
Right.
It can't possibly be it. If Rory had gotten to 3 back of the lead and never contended, it's not as heartbreaking as if he misses a putt on the 18th and loses in a playoff. So, somebody that went as far as you can go on the pain index won.
Yeah.
And this is where I say, hey, Bills fans, can you feel that? As far as you can go on the pain index. And the Bills, wide right. For those Bills fans that were alive for that, that's as far as you can go on the pain index. A kick to win it. That's Rory on 18.
Yep.
So,
but he makes it.
He makes it.
18 the second time.
The second time.
He did need a rerun at it. But he did get there.
The thing about the 18th, there were 4 birdies on 18 all day until Rose birdied it in regulation, and then Rory birdied it in the playoff.
Yeah.
So 4 all day, and then 2 from those 2 in the last 30 minutes of the tournament.
Yeah. I was thinking about how, man, if the Bills did if they made it, they finally won the way Rory finally won, which is no one here would say they wouldn't take that, but it would be a heart attack, right? It would be. The equivalent would be that you go into the
What's the most recent Bills win like this?
Where you're
winning and you feel good. The Ravens game. It's the Ravens game, is it not? They're up. They're in control. Oh no, they're giving it back. What? Mark Andrews is wide open. Oh, they win. They survive.
It's pretty good.
The Ravens game's pretty good for this.
I thought of the Ram game, but it's not as good because it's regular season. Remember the Ram game? COVID.
Yeah,
they're up 21. And the Rams come all the way back to tie it, and then the Bills, I think it's Allen DeCroft at the end to win it after they'd blown the lead.
The Bills are up 21-10 on the Ravens at halftime. In control. You're going to get this done. But what? Uh-oh.
They have a 2-point conversion to tie it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And then
it would be that for Rory, the Rory equivalent. It would be that in the Super Bowl. Right?
Yeah, probably.
It would be the Bills are up by 11 in the Super Bowl, and whoever they're playing roars back. They're about to tie it, and then you get something right at the end that the Bills win it on. All right? That would be the closest thing for it.
Yeah.
Which, listen, that is its own fun. In the moment, you're going to want to hate me for this, but it'll be a better story if that is the way it happens, as opposed to, if Rory had won cruise control, it would have been great, but your emotions bring out a lot more, I think.
Yeah.
When he's he's torturing everybody on the way. What, man, can you just do it? Can you just make a putt?
I would agree with that. No doubt about that. That ultimately it is a better watch now that it's over.
Yeah,
and we can mark ourselves as safe from the collapse of McElroy. Yes, the entertainment value was significantly higher than if he had just won by 4.
I'm experiencing this a little bit as a Liverpool fan right now. That they're going to win the title. They haven't officially clinched it yet. I've known for a month they're going to win it. And the Premier League's kind of different for this, right? Because it's a long haul. Football, you would never get this unless it's like the first quarter of the Super Bowl, and then you've got like 2 hours. But I'm experiencing this where I'm not saying I'm not enjoying it. It's not great. But when you don't have any anxiety whatsoever, like with following that team right now, I have no anxiety. Like they played yesterday, and I'm just like, okay, cool. They beat West Ham. They scored at the end, and like, oh, sweet. I'm just trying to do the math of like when they could actually clinch it, but it's a formality. It does suck a little bit of the enjoyment out of it when no one's pressing you.
I bet it also gets into your psyche as a sports fan and we do this a lot. Some Bills fans like it when they're the underdog. I don't want to be the favorite. I want to be the underdog.
Yeah,
favorite is uncomfortable. For instance, like Arsenal plays Real Madrid on Wednesday. They're up 3-0. Sometimes, as a sports fan, your psyche, it's easier to go into a game. Well, we're down 3-0. Like, I've already accepted heartbreak. I've already accepted loss.
And my upside is
win. It's
going to be the greatest day in my life as a sports fan.
And
if they do it.
It's aggregate scoring. Golf is aggregate scoring over the course of 4 rounds. You go in with a 2-stroke lead. All right, you should win. What did Justin Rose go into yesterday with? Let's go shoot a low number, baby. If I blow up, no one will care.
Right.
There are no expectations on me. And he goes out and shoots a great round, gets to a playoff, and instead for him it's an overachievement. So anyway, beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
That would have been actually, there's a recent sports equivalent, not here, that just happened this way. And it was the Panthers in the Stanley Cup. It was almost the same thing.
Yes, up 3-0, go to Game 7.
And they win it at home.
That's right.
Game 7 after blowing a 3-0 series lead.
And because of that, they're not chokers. And instead,
they almost were.
They would have been chokers,
like all-time remembered as chokers, and they haven't won before. So there's maybe a little bit of heartbreak there, but they were in the finals the year before, so they got away with it.
Yeah,
McDavid, I like McDavid as the best answer for number 3. Like I don't think we're there yet. Hockey's not that type of, ring culture in the same way. But I think that will happen, especially because he is definitively the best player in the sport. Like Allen is not, he wins the MVP, and many might want to say he's the best, but he's not definitively the best in the sport and hasn't won. McDavid is the best hockey player in the world, has been for a decade. And if he gets into like age 31, 32, 33, and he hasn't won the Stanley Cup yet, it'll start, I think the noise will pick up a little bit on that. As much as it does as it can on a hockey player.
Because especially they come for, this narrative. It comes for the people that produce the stat monsters. Oh, another 160-point season for McDavid.
Do it in the playoffs.
What'd you do in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I wonder if that turns for Matthews this offseason. Matthews is one of the 5 best players in the sport, 3.
Yeah.
And they're about to win a division title. All right.
Yep.
What do you got in the playoffs?
And it's for them, they just don't go deep enough, though, right?
No.
They've won 1 round while he's been there. So, yeah, but for him, it'll happen, too. I'm sure.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. So many egg salad conversations over the weekend. Friends would come up to me.
Were fighting.
I got texts about it.
Yeah.
Nonstop egg salad this and egg salad that. I got Sam Darnold at the Masters saying his favorite part of going to the Masters is the egg salad sandwich. If I had known that.
Draft him in fantasy this year.
If I'd known that.
Fueled by egg salad.
For the 2018 draft, Sam Darnold would have been off my board.
Would be your first question to all quarterback prospects. What's your opinion on egg salad?
Josh wouldn't eat egg salad. No way.
You don't think Josh Allen likes egg salad?
No way. There's no way Josh likes egg salad. I'll say it confidently.
How many people do like egg salad?
Put it on the bet board.
I don't like egg salad. I'm nowhere near you, but if I had to eat it, I would, and I feel like it'd be okay. But how many people actually enjoy egg salad? You don't see it in like sub restaurants, right, or sandwich shops, do you?
I mean, I don't know.
Is it available if I go to my local sandwich shop down the road? Any of them?
I do my best to not see it
Is that
anywhere.
available? Even the chain ones.
Yeah.
No?
I have no idea. My brain, it's that thing where my brain actually won't see it in a room. I would just block it out somehow.
No, wouldn't it be the other way around? Wouldn't you immediately notice its presence and walk out?
My nervous system is adjusted, so I can just actually pretend I don't see it. Will writes in, Game 1 of the last playoff series the Sabres played in started 14 years ago today. 1-0 win for the Sabres. The only goal is from an unlikely source. That's Coletta in Philly.
1-0. Yep. Goes down the slot, rebound goal.
Third period.
He flies through the air like Bobby Orr.
And the Flyers fans boo their team off the ice in that game.
Yeah.
They booed their maybe not off the ice.
Bobrovsky actually
booed
played well that
multiple
game.
times.
Yeah. Bobrovsky, I think Bobrovsky and Myers may be the only active players left from that. Giroux too. And maybe that's it. Oh, no, there's a couple. There's one Sabre. James Van Riemsdyk, right? He scored against Sabres the other night.
Right.
14 years ago. Sabres, I mean, you could do anything you want with Sabres draftology, just like how long it's been. The one I saw the other day is that they, during their last playoff series, Game of Thrones debuted.
That's funny. People were doing that with the Rory. Like last time Rory won a major, the world was a different place. I mean, it was just, yeah.
2014 PGA for him.
A lot of reports, a lot of people writing about Augusta, and this is the golf writers too, how not having your phone is really such an experience. Again, talking to the people around you. I was listening to somebody else talk about it. Kyle Porter wrote about this, how Rory takes the lead. Kyle's a golf writer. He writes a Substack or a newsletter called Normal Sport, which I would highly recommend. It's awesome for golf fans out there. Anyway, Rory takes the lead after maybe 12. And that's the par 3 at Amen Corner, and he gets in with par. And he goes to the bank of phones, and he calls his son to say, like, make sure you're watching. This one's going to be special. Like, Rory's going to do it. He's going to do it. And then, of course, 13 in the water and, like, golfed him. It's too bad we can't have, 10 straight days of nice weather so I could just go out and golf with everybody in the world and just talk about it.
Yeah.
But, man, Rory put us in a blender. Good times. So the NBA play-in tournament, one quick thought on this. I don't think you can find anything in sports in terms of the standings that is how do I say this, perfectly incentivized more than the NBA playoffs. It is the perfect format. 6 teams get in, 7, 8, 9, 10, perfect.
Yeah.
7 and 8, win a game, you're in the playoffs. Lose, get one more chance. 9 and 10, lose a game, you're out. Win, you get one more chance. It is the perfect playoff format, in my opinion, the 7, 8, 9, 10 play-in. You create 3 games that are playoff games. 3 one-and-done playoff games is amazing.
Yeah.
Kind of. So I love the NBA play-in tournament. I love the format. I would not eat an egg salad sandwich, but I would absolutely love the NHL to take it. It's a nice little mini play-in tournament. It's not some stupid best out of 3. It's just do it this way. Perfect incentivization.
Don't you think? I hope that they just don't care about this and they just play copycat. Like, we don't care if they came up with it first. It is perfect, and we're gonna do it.
These leagues never do that.
That's what I'm about to say. Don't you think they're gonna do their own version of it, and it's gonna be like too cute? To something like there'll be one extra layer of it that just doesn't need to exist compared to the NBA's. I bet they do something similar though. I just think it's gonna like we're not gonna like whatever the difference is. It's gonna be dumb.
It'll be best of 3.
Maybe.
You want a different one here? You go NHL. I got it. This is perfect. Please do this.
Yeah.
I want it in my life. 2-game aggregate playoff. Aggregate scoring. Sabres and Flyers in the play-in round. Buffalo comes back home down 3-2.
Yep.
Do it.
So, for comparison's sake, if this had been in place in the NHL 2 years ago, the way that the Eastern Conference standings shook out, let's say that they had the exact same format that the NBA does with this play-in format.
2 years ago when the Sabres missed by a point.
They missed by a point. What you would have had 2 years ago, New York Islanders versus Florida Panthers. Winner, you're the 7th seed. Loser, you get one more chance.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you would have had Sabres at Penguins.
One game.
Loser, you're
out.
Gone. Winner, you play the loser of Islanders Panthers to go to the playoffs.
Would have been amazing.
Would have been if they had, assuming they had won the first, would have been the greatest 2 games they've played in a runaway in the last decade. If they had the same format. And they might have made the playoffs and ended the drought.
8030550. Seen a little bit from Pierre LeBrun here. What he would do with the NHL, because it's pointed out by John Buccigross that like the top of the Metro, everyone just kind of mailed it in.
Oh, because they've all been clinched for like...
The Caps, the Hurricanes, and the Devils have done nothing in the last 10 games.
Yeah, they've all been locked into their spots for like 3 weeks.
Pierre LeBrun says start the regular season September, start Stanley Cup playoffs first week of April. That doesn't really change this.
That just changed
the calendar.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't... I mean, I don't mind it. But I don't see how he's accomplishing fixing this Metro boringness at the end.
Yeah. Let's get a break in. 8030550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Grignani is shut the rear, and they score! Patrick Kaleta! Kaleta capped in front of the net!
Where was I for that game? Flyers series 14 years ago. I know where I was for game 2. I know where I was for game 6.
I could not tell you.
I was at game 4.
Mm-hmm.
So game 1 they win. Game 2 they lose with a bunch of leads.
Mm-hmm.
Game 3 they lose. Game 4 they win 1-0. And Briere gets stopped on the doorstep by Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Game 5 they win in Philly. Tyler Ennis. Overtime.
Yep.
Game 6 they lose here. Mm-hmm. Ville Leno. Overtime. In Game 7 they get throttled.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, I was watching highlights of Tim Connolly in the playoffs, not 05-06, but 06-07. And even past that, it might have been this kind of series. Like Connolly running the show from the point and just, he was fun.
Game 1 against Ottawa. I was watching some of that recently. That
7-6?
7-6 in 06. And who are the guys on the ice? So, if you remember, though, the Sabres were shorthanded. They were shorthanded at the end of that game. They're down 6-5. And Campbell takes a penalty with like 2 minutes to play. So they're going to be shorthanded for basically the rest of this game. And the Sabres have Connolly and Roy out there. And they come down, somehow Roy gets it out, and they come down on a 2-on-1, and Connolly gets it to Roy, and they tie it. So they've been out there for the shorthanded. Roy at this point has the Sabres record for most points in a playoff game, or he's tied it. And Connolly's playing like he's the best player in the world in that on that day.
Yep.
So who is out there on the ice to tie the game at the end? It's not Drury. It's Connolly and Roy again. Maybe because they had just been unbelievable, and then they tie it.
There's one goal.
They were back to even strength because the Smolinski goal was on that power play.
Right. One of those Connolly goals I have seen, not the one that he chips in to tie it, but his other goal in that game?
That was also shorthanded.
Yeah, okay.
Second period.
I've watched that goal 200 times. I can still not see what he does with the puck.
I'll show you a video of the back angle. The back angle of that Connolly goal. It's the best goal in Sabre history.
It's magic. Whatever he does.
There's two things that happen.
I kind of don't want you to show me the angle because I know they score, and I still have.
You don't want to know.
I still don't even know how it happened.
You want it to be this mythical lore.
He transported the puck into the net through time and space.
It's insane, and that you're talking at the end of the play. The other great part about this camera angle on that Connolly goal is Daniel Alfredson attacks him from the point, and Connolly moves right, and Alfredson falls out of the screen. It looks like a comedy. It looks like a Disney hockey movie. Him deking out Alfredson as he just falls out of the ice. It's unbelievable.
803-0550. We'll get a call.
Playoff memories.
Yeah.
14 years ago since game one.
At least we can still remember. Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny.
Hey guys, good morning. Love to see Rory win his first Masters yesterday. And if you're coming up with a comparison to Rory, and I know you guys have talked about the Bills as an organization, but for me, it's more just going to come down to Josh Allen. And the reason I say that rather than the entire Bills organization is, my favorite Bills teams as of late, obviously with Josh, have been the ones with. In the most likable Bills teams, you had Poyer and Hyde, Trey White, Jerry Hughes. I love Diggs and Gabe Davis on the team. You got those guys out there, and now, we've had almost the roster's turning over. Milano's getting older too, and you're looking for these players who have been with this organization for a long time, and they're starting to fade out. And you're looking for more likable players and guys you can really get behind. You like James Cook, you like, Christian Benford, Terrell Bernard. They're great players, but, nobody's got those personalities that the Diggs of the world had, or even the Poyer and the Hyde as of late that I've seen. And so as Josh's career continues on, all these players start to fade out, and he's that constant here.
Yep.
And so as the Bills continue to have these heartbreaking losses year after year, it's not necessarily the entire group. It's Josh. It's McDermott. And, I see Josh as this, obviously he's a spectacular athlete, ultra polarizing. And, some of these things are just out of his control. And, whether it's all of a sudden, a collapse, not necessarily by Josh, but by, the Bills defense or the coaching. Rory's gotten burned in playoffs by his own collapse. So it's just an interesting comparison. And I'm dying, obviously, for a Bills title, but obviously dying to see Josh get one just because I feel like out of anybody, he's going to feel the heat the most. And, I just hope it comes sooner than later and not, as late as it did in, Elway's career where it was pretty much near the end. So I just want to see it get done not only for Buffalo but for Josh.
Thanks, Johnny. I think one of the comparisons about them, listen, a lot of watching athletes at the highest level is us kind of guessing what they think or guessing what they feel or putting our own emotions into what they're doing, for better or for worse. But Josh and Rory as a comp, I don't think it's bad. Style, I mean, Josh is obviously a physical freak and Rory is not. But the way they play, what is Rory? It's, I'm behind a tree, 209 away. I got to hit a low hooking 7-iron. It's got to start low, balloon high, turn left, and go. And then he does it.
Yeah.
You're like, that's why he's the best. And Allen, at his best, you see that kind of thing. You're going to do what? You're going to go to 1 yard of the sideline and complete your 9th touchdown pass within 1 yard of the sideline, according to Next Gen. I just think there's that part of them that's similar. And then there's also the would do anything to win part. It doesn't, it seems like, and it's not to say it doesn't matter to other people. I'm sure it does. But just you get that feeling of heart on his sleeve, openly emotional about things. I don't know. I think the comparison's not bad at all.
Yeah. No, I think
does Allen ever come across to you as robotic? I know sometimes in press conferences he's good.
That's it.
He's trained, but I don't think it's a true robotic nature to him. I think it's
I think
it's a trained.
It's part of the job.
Yeah,
more than it is what he's like. If you watch him he does a YouTube golf stream a couple times in off season. Watch him in one of those for an hour and a half, just being himself, and he's nothing like that at all.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think he's. I think in that way he's very much like Rory. Rory, by the way, he's not a physical specimen by his size. He kind of is though with everything else, isn't he? He hits the ball as far as these dudes that are 6'4".
Oh yeah,
further than a lot of them.
One thing about the juxtaposition of Rory against Bryson that I thought was so cool going in. I mean, Bryson's
probably 4 inches taller than him, and 50 pounds bigger.
Yeah, he looks like a freak athlete.
And he swings like a long drive competition guy.
He swings ugly. Bryson's swing is ugly. No one would look at
all of his swings, or just the driver swing.
All of them.
The driver swing to me isn't ugly. The driver swing is
they're all ugly. Rory has the swing that.
It's pure.
So many golfers see it man, I want that swing.
Right.
And trust me, I would take Bryson's game, but I don't think his swing looks good at all. And Bryson,
he putts. My brother was watching it with me yesterday, and my brother doesn't watch a ton of golf. He watches a little, and he's watching Bryson putt. He's like, why does he putt like that?
Everything he does is
he looks like someone who's never putt before.
Everything is calculated and scientific, and it's very effective, but I don't think anything about his game is. His swing is aesthetically appealing. Out of the sand, he is amazing.
Out of the sand, he's crazy.
Unbelievable out of the sand.
Those are some of the only good shots he hit yesterday.
Yeah, he had one that was like a fried egg, and he still made a great play on it.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Rory and Josh, as a comparison. If Josh is a golfer, I wonder what Josh thinks about yesterday. He's a golfer. He's met Rory. He met him at the PGA, and I saw a video of that. Isn't Josh feeling super like the Bills? Isn't he feeling like we're all feeling when making that comparison? He finally did it. He did the thing that people thought he couldn't do. But they knew he had the talent to do. That's the other part. You had the talent to do it, but he just hadn't done it yet.
Especially the lesson that Rory spoke about, which is, there are times you didn't want to do it, but I just got to keep coming back.
You have to keep.
No matter how many times I fall on my face at this, I gotta keep coming back and keep trying at it.
Yep.
And that's a good Bills comparison. Especially if you even want to make that specifically about the Chiefs, just you keep falling on your face, just Get back up and just
when are you going to beat them next time?
Keep doing it, and eventually you'll probably will break through.
And you tell me, let me know if this is a hot take or if this is true. But Rory and a couple guys on the tour, Morikawa did this last week or 2 weeks ago. They get a lot of grief for when Rory lost the U.S. Open, he did not speak to the media. What did he do? He got in the car and he peeled out and he left.
Mm-hmm.
And while that's you should stand there, you should take the questions, what does, I don't know, we are media/media adjacent reporter. What's my take when he does that? It's he cares so much he can't even talk about it. So then fast forward 9 months when he wins.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you go up there when you win, but not when you lose. Yeah, man. I lose. I can't be around people. Morikawa, when he said he lost a couple weeks ago, he said he didn't want to see his wife. Like, I can't be near anyone when it goes like that. And that means, if a guy cares that much, I know it's not exactly the most politically correct answer to say, like, it's fine to duck the media. I never had a problem with Rory ducking the media because he cared a lot. And having your athletes care, man, that means a lot. All right, 803-0550. Extendo Sports will wrap and hand things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, hosted by Zach, who would not go to the Masters because he wouldn't give up his phone, and Derek, who is a nice person.
Download it today. Breaking sports news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550. 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
Listen to Shope and the Bulldog all throughout this week. You get a chance to win 2 lawn tickets to see Breaking Benjamin in 3 Days Grace at Darien Lake Amphitheater on September 17th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com.
Wrapping things up, some NHL games tonight, NBA play-in tournament
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. Shedeur Sanders, he had a workout. A lot of him going to the Saints.
Yeah.
Fantasy football. I mean, I tried to trade a guy away, and we were in this league with me. Lowe said, I proposed a trade for like 7 different owners. They all got rejected. It was one of those, just throw something at the wall, see if somebody will bite. Nobody bit.
Yeah, that's the Blitzkrieg trade.
Yep. I was trying to
I've tried that. Well, I'll make like 12 offers.
Yeah. Because every once in a while, you're not.
I didn't get one of these?
No, I didn't offer it to you.
What's the guy? Who are you trying to trade?
You want DeAndre Swift?
No.
Yeah, no, who does? Who does? I thought maybe someone will.
No, that's terrible.
Trust me, I know. That's why I'm trying to trade him.
He's on Chicago?
Yes.
Yeah, I know why you're doing that, because you think the Bears are going to draft a running back.
Not only that, but Ben Johnson worked with DeAndre Swift, and when he got him, his carries cratered. Like he doesn't think he's very good.
You want to do DeAndre Swift for Najee Harris?
Yes.
Is that the same exact thing, though?
Let's do it.
I don't want to do that.
Come on! All right, we'll be back tomorrow.
WGR